I touch the button.
Uh, all, Alrighty, ladies, gents, and talking animals of all ages and genders. Welcome back to the second session of Narnia Off the Rails. Last time, the Lady Arena of Erebor was swiftly taken through a mysterious painting, and with her, the One Ring, the cursed object that has plagued Middle Earth for centuries, was suddenly out of Middle Earth, and and due to the magics of Narnia, for the first time, Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor, saw his true self for the first time. Before the scent of cooking garnered his attention and broke out of his Narcissus spell to where he beheld a friendly merchant who's by no means ominous, guys. Come on. How dare you do Patches dirty like that?
Believe that when he's not sus.
I don't like your funny words, Magic Man.
Meanwhile, Middle Red Eye, the warg who helped Klaus and others get a huge vein of mithril from the depths of Moria, where she had met an entity she only knew as the Great Old One, found fruit in finding a tome inside the Great Library of Erebor. And after an immense vision quest, found herself somewhat changed by the knowledge she had wrought. And at that same point, was drawn into the crisis at hand due to the vanishing of the Arena of Erebor and the sudden stopping of all of Mordor's forces for reasons that no one else knows. And in the council room, a fourth friend emerged. A new friend emerged as the Unicorn Emerald arrived to inform the Council of Erebor of the situation going on in Narnia. So, with Red Eye's assistant, they both set out, as well as a new a friend of fate, one Geralt of Rivia, who somehow fell out of a wardrobe and into the situation at hand. As they go through the painting, they meet up with Sauron, who they know as Anatar, as well as a new friend in the form of Meadow Bladeleaf, or Meadow Fangleaf, a predatory plant dryad who has been traveling with a beaver by the name of Splintertail. Informing of their quest, the five new friends leave Splintertail in a really well done lodging, as much as they can do, counting who they thought was Aslan himself, only to be revealed to be the cursed fiendish puzzle. And after dispatching the beast and recovering their bearings, we now return to Narnia Off the Rails. You guys have been traveling after slaying the beast for a couple hours now, as you're going through mountain passes and tunnels and following the river, the great river of Narnia, down through the mountain pass. As you reach a new tunnel, roll me a survival check, all of you.
Okay.
Right.
All right, Ranger specialty.
Let's do this.
Watch me get a natural -2.
Wow, I am way scrolled back. Okay, 11. Oof.
All right, anybody who passed a 14, which is only Anatar and Meadow, Meadow, you don't think much of this since it's just normal, but Anatar, your sense of geography is all out of whack. Because you realize, in spite of how much time you've been walking, the sun has not moved from the sky. Like, it should be dusk. Like, it should be like later in the day or earlier in the day, but it's still the same cloudy overhead as going through the pass as it has been for what felt like hours. But as you exit out a tunnel, suddenly it's dusk. The ashen clouds have departed, and it feels as though you crossed hundreds of miles in a single day. Meadow, this is nothing new to you as you have lived in this world for all your life, and you know that this is just the unfortunate state of Narnia. It seems as time and space itself is falling apart, condensing in on itself as the world nears whatever fate befalls it. As for the rest of you, you guys are all disoriented. Like, any sense of direction, any sense of like true north or geography, it feels like there's little rhyme or reason. Like you were in a video game and you went out one area and you ended up in a completely different area.
Left is right again.
It's the magic storybook all over again.
Pain in the ass, that's what it is.
Is this usual for Narnia?
Has been for a while now.
However, as you are all going, you begin to notice that, well, not notice, but your exhaustion is starting to set in. So, given your exhaustion, go on.
Maybe behoove us to find a place to sleep for the night.
A bad thought.
I would hate to run into something like what was back there, or only half ready for it.
There we go.
All right. Well, with my wilderness training and whatnot, could I attempt to roll another survival or
Yes.
something to try and
Yes, you
find an
may.
appropriate campsite? Good. Got to redeem myself. Oh, 26. That's much better.
Girl, in your searching, you find what looks like a small dilapidated ruin with like a small like overhang that's safe from the elements, which is good for you guys as you notice as you exit the tunnel and enter this new area. Snow is starting to form on the ground,
Not
so it
just
might be
having-
behoven of you to find some to make shelter and start forming a fire if you could.
Just a general, slightly random question, but has the wolf head medallion stopped shaking in the slightest since I got here?
There are times where you feel a dim vibration from it all times, like barely.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're fighting the beast last time, it started really vibrating,
Mm-hmm.
like Wild Hunt levels of vibrations when you're fighting that thing.
Okay. That's good context to know. All right.
So yeah, it feels off. Like there's a dim, like, because there's magic all around you, but at the same time, it's not like there's an immediate monster that's going to come out of the woods at any moment.
Gotcha. It's slightly more than normal, but not enough to where
Yeah.
it's constantly on all cylinders. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So after finding that shelter, he'll just proceed back and motion for everyone to follow. Found a good spot. Should keep the snow off of us, too. It's important to keep warm. Keep your joints fresh. Don't know if we're going to get ambushed again.
I hate the snow. It should be illegal.
It's nostalgic for me, funny enough. though I'm much preferred. Well, snow usually meant that I got a few months off.
Fucking girl, winter break.
Basically.
It's
Off
Christmas.
from what?
What was that, TT?
Off from what? That's a Sauron question.
I mentioned just a few hours ago, didn't I? Witcher, monster slayer by trade. But
Why
it's
would
not exactly a steady job.
wait a minute? Why would you have less monsters to fight in the winter?
Everything holds up. Nobody's growing crops, nobody has money to offer. We typically wind up wintering inside of Kaer Morhen. All of us coming back from the path to meet, share stories, compile new information.
So monsters where you come from are mostly cold-blooded then?
That's more true than you could ever hope to imagine.
Hard cut to the Wild Hunt. Hard cut back.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Attacks, I'm sure, still happen during those times, but hard trails full of snow and everything. I mean, sometimes you couldn't make it back in time. At that time, I had to winter in Vizima. Almost got killed by a striga.
And what would a Striga be?
You want the short version or the long one? I mean, we're probably going to be here for a while.
Meet us in the
Then
middle.
I feel we have time for a long version.
Well. How used to... just kind of looks around. How used are you to... On a scale of 1 to really, really bad, how fucked up are your monarchs generally?
Mostly
That-
incompetent.
Well, Vizima was a largely stable place. Old king named Foltest, rather ironclad man, kept his secrets, kept to himself. Older gentleman and never married. Come to find out the reason why was because his true love came out of the same womb as he did, and they'd had a child together, and she died from the process. And there was a curse involved, and that child became a Striga. Bloodthirsty creature that wandered the halls at night, eviscerating and eating the liver of anyone they could find. Turns out it was a stupid lover's quarrel over someone who also fancied after the king's sister, and he put a bounty out to, cure her rather than kill her. Not something a witcher's typically known for, but just kind of looks down. I assume we've, like, all settled in and, like, gotten a fire
Yeah.
started.
Yeah, you have several people here who could literally just cast a fire. So
I could
once
do
you
it
get the
myself.
once you get the kindling, it's easy.
Yeah. No, just get a good gauge of the mood.
Sorry about my cough, by the way. I'm pollinating right now.
Everybody's got their thing. But yeah, I took it upon myself because I don't like the thought of somebody suffering through something they had no say in suffering through. I was a child who was literally cursed for being born. And I don't know. Couldn't stomach that. Had to do something. Nearly died in the act, but I did that something.
Sauron considers giving him a pat on the back. Thinks it would be awkward. Decides not to.
Oh, it was fine. Thankfully, her affliction was rather easy to cure. I just had to sleep inside of her crypt the entire night and without getting murdered. Which is easy to do if you just open up the coffin she was supposed to be buried in and just sleep inside of that.
So, you could cure them by just bed-jacking them?
Curses are stupid.
Clearly.
It's notable how often magic can have unforeseen rules.
Oh, don't even get me started there. Anyway, basic gist. You deal with things how they come, and sometimes it doesn't go how you expect, but you do the best you can. Winter was the one time when I typically got to not constantly put my life on the line, take a break, and meet with the closest people I've ever had to friends.
Well, I'm glad you have that relief then.
It's a welcome one. But enough about me. If we're going to be traveling and saving yet another faraway distant realm from some manner of bullshit, I like to know who I'm working with. We got some slight introductions, but, well, a crisis isn't hardly a good moment to get to know the measure of how someone sees themselves. So, just kind of leans back. Who are you and what can you do? What can I expect from each of you?
Well, I've been trapped in a piece of jewelry for a long period of time. So, I've got that going for me.
Or not going for you anymore, as the case would be.
No, I feel that my transplanting to this realm hasn't exactly shook me of that. It's just changed how the curse affects. Gerald, you speak as if you've hopped between universes before. Have you noticed that magic changes rules between worlds?
Oh, yes, it's as though every single world was designed by some amateur out there who thought they knew what they were doing.
Yes, quite so. I
But
think whatever curses trapped me in this piece of jewelry isn't as strong as it is in Middle-earth, but nonetheless holds enough powerful sway to keep me bound to it. Of course, the easiest way to test that would be to see if this physical form of mine can die, and if it dies, whether or not that means a permanent end.
That doesn't sound like something you want to test.
that sounds like something that's happened to you before.
Maybe it has. I've been trapped in this ring for a very, very long time. There was a large chunk of it where one of the people who wore it in a very unusual place.
What? You mean like one of those tongue rings?
No, that's not what he means.
Yes, it is. Sure.
Hey, it's your sanity. You preserve it how you need to.
Bringing more dignity in this case. So I've lived for a while in less than ideal circumstances. Not really super enthused about going back. An end of any sort would be welcome. But before any of that comes to pass, we need to take care of the Lady Arena. Clearly, I have some magical ability. I don't feel it's particularly potent, but I can aid you in some respect, and I will do whatever I can to make sure that the Lady Arena comes home safely.
Well, your magical ability seemed fairly potent when we ran into those walking corpses. Sure you're not selling yourself short?
By the end of that fight, I was at the limit of what I could do. I feel there are far more useful allies one could have out there, but I may, in fact, be uncharacteristically modest at the moment.
Clearly. Well, you can choose to say what you wish. This isn't my world. Just know that honesty is something I value very, very highly. But I've also had to work with people that would be considered monsters and kingslayers before, so... I'm not going to judge while I'm in a strange situation and have to take whatever I can get. You reveal what you want and whatever you're comfortable with.
Damn it!
Thoron says nothing but gives a polite nod.
Just nods back, just holds eye contact for a moment, then just looks over. So, anyone else? It's gonna be a long night. Get under blankets if you can.
Emerald is laying down as a horse does, and she just looks at him.
Oh, hold on. I assume I've got the typical gear I bring along.
Yeah.
He pulls out one of Roach's blankets. Here. You're a little bigger than she is, but hey, this actually fits pretty good.
Companion of yours? And she's sniffing the blanket.
Best
She goes,
friend I've ever had, and also the biggest fucking coward I've ever known. As he sits back down.
well taken
That's
care
exactly
of.
why she's good fit for me.
Well taken care of by the smell.
Yeah. Well, when you live all life on the road, how you get around on that road is often something you really need to take care of. Just kind of looks away over at the horizon, just, I miss Roach.
Miss Roach. Doesn't he say that like every crossover he's in?
Pretty much.
I miss Roach.
No, that is very well established in the lore. Roach is the best friend he's ever had.
Aww.
You have rideable roaches where you come from?
Oh, no, that's my horse.
Oh. I'm sure they're still pretty cool.
As I said, she's a fucking coward. She's the best danger sense I've got. She can see things coming way before I can. That's the only reason she's still alive. I have lost a lot of horses, but Roach has outlived all of them combined. Ironically, all of them were named Roach, too.
That sounds confusing.
No, not really. Once you name the first couple when you're a child and then they get killed and eaten by a troll right in front of you, you just kind of don't bother being creative to something that you know better than to get attached to. Then you wind up getting attached to them anyway, and it's shit.
That is the condition of being a sentient being, yes?
Yep.
Yeah, don't try not to get attached to things. Your brain will take it as a personal challenge.
Oh, I'm 70 years past learning that lesson. But seriously, anyone else?
Pretty sure you know most of my story already.
So tell me, stories I've heard are unicorns are icons of purity. They're clearly not 100% true. I mean, I just touched you just now, and all frankness, I didn't burst into flame, and neither did you.
Purity is a strange concept, isn't it?
Kind of bullshit.
It seems to just kind of mean whatever people say it means.
Most of the time, it's some sort of construct to make you feel better than other people for some strange reason.
Never made much sense to me.
Purity is measured, in the soul. It's not something people can see, it's not something people can measure. If you were truly the monster you think you are, you would have burst into flames.
That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Make for a much more fun story when I get back home.
Wait, so unicorns can burn the impure with a touch?
Yes. If it is truly impure, if there is no good anywhere in it, it will be destroyed.
You have to be a monster in the most thorough, complete sense of the word.
Is that good based on your definition or someone else's, or
Do
is
you
there
take
like
pleasure
an
in
algorithm?
Do you take pleasure in inflicting non-consensual pain upon others?
Interesting specification there.
Some people are kinky. Why are you shaming?
Not shaming, just noting.
It's an important question. Because it's usually the best benchmark out there for whether you're talking to a complete monster or just something else.
I will tell you that I was in your Middle Earth for several days before I figured out where I was going. Several things burst into flames. It works wherever I am, so there must be a universal constant of what is bad and what is not. You have to be absolutely evil for it to do anything.
Good to note. It's a handy skill to have. Might need your help when this is all over. If you wouldn't mind world hopping again, I've got quite a few people who could stand to be combusted.
Depending on what goes on here, I might take you up on that.
It's a deal.
I'd shake your hand as humans do, but
Just does a little thumbs up.
I'm just imagining Geralt and Emerald riding as heavy metal unicorn attack plays.
I could see that happening, yes.
that's what
That
happens
is not out of character.
for either of them, no. Yeah, I was looking for, a solution or a place to go for everybody here in Narnia in case there's no coming back from what it's turning into. I ended up in Middle Earth, ended up seeing or sensing at least, Erina, and, Father Christmas, I'd like him to die, so why not, I figured. Seemed that you had adopted her into your world, and honestly, it's probably far better for her anyway.
That's the one I don't actually know. Christmas. Never heard that before.
It's a celebration of the end of winter, or at least the coming of the end of winter.
Oh, we just called that staving off the end of the world where I was from.
Our winters apparently aren't quite as bad as yours, then.
Well, it was a whole... I'm not going to get into that. That's taken care of. Long in my past.
In theory, it's about compassion and generosity. In practice, it's mostly about capitalism.
So it's a rich person holiday.
What is capitalism?
Kay, I hate you.
Fucking hey. I don't know if it's gonna show up in the video, but Kay decided to play Christmas music.
We all went quiet at the right moment for that to turn up.
Yeah, and then my gut just sank, and it was like, damn it.
Oh, I had this queued up in advance for Santa, so Kevin MacLeod has a lot of Christmas songs. Continue.
So it's one of those strange holidays that gets turned into something it shouldn't be and usually winds up being very disrespectful to its original intent.
A little bit.
Well, where I come from, those never last long. Because usually whatever inspired that holiday is still alive and very pissed off at the act. Can't tell you how many times I found out that a Leshen had eviscerated some people because they'd done something, only to find out that they literally were just appropriating its culture.
And what sort of monster is a Leshen?
Just takes his little stick out and starts drawing the vague outline of one in the sand. Is it wood spirits of the woodlands? Points over at a meadow, not too far away from you and what they do, but much older, and they typically don't like people very much. Wear skulls, command wolves and ravens, and just perfect harmony. You don't disturb their totems and respect their boundaries. They can be respectful, but most of them are very jumpy, and rightfully so.
Us humans have a way of encroaching on things.
That they do. That seems to be a constant everywhere I wind up going.
Well, the nature of man.
So it seems. Well, let's get an outside perspective on that. Looks over at the other two. What's your story? You can choose among yourselves which one you'd like.
That would be Meadow and Red Eye.
Yep.
I don't really have a whole lot going on. I used to hang out in the West with my sisters back when it was still warm, when it was still alive. We used to...
And unpoisoned.
And unpoisoned, generally just... It's not really the same place it used to be.
Know that feeling well. I'm sorry to hear that.
Used to be the worst thing you had to worry about was the occasional brush fire, occasional wild animals, toads trying to sell you antihistamines.
That last one, what?
Also, when you said that, the Christmas music stopped perfectly. So it was just like, Christmas music stops.
music stops. Ho, ho, ho.
Jesus
Gotta love it.
Christ. This shit is just lining up.
Yeah, you just can't make this shit up.
Christmas music stops.
God, that's gonna be a
Well-
goddamn meme now.
Well, when you do get to Christmas Town, well, there's your title. Bracket, Christmas music stops.
Perfect. God. Okay, continue.
What was that?
Continue.
Alright.
I'm not trying to derail things, but I see low-hanging fruit, I bite it.
Yeah, I think Sauron asked the question about, what's an antihistamine?
Yeah. So toads selling antihistamine, and I was like, I'm sorry, what?
What?
What is an antihistamine?
It's used to help deal with airway obstructions during the allergy season.
What?
You don't know what an allergy is?
No?
Do you know
That's why I'm
how?
coughing right now.
Do you know how when some people sneeze and have runny eyes and coughing during the time where in the spring where all of the plants wake up?
They do?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
a very common thing. Doesn't happen to me much anymore, but that's, again, long story.
Sauron is technically a fucking celestial being, so no, he wouldn't.
He's not used to. He's not used to having a physical body.
It's like we're asking a biblical archangel what syphilis is.
Basically.
Ugh.
That sounds awful.
Why? Why would it? Why would anything work that way?
We're mortal, and the world's out, and everything in the world is out to kill and eat everything else.
Do we have elegies in our worlds?
Yes.
I asked the Middle Earthers. Really?
Yes.
So literally
Really?
one other person in the group.
Go stick your nose in a flower and take a deep sniff and see what happens.
Yeah, please don't. It's rude.
That's the kind of thing that leads to a Leshen killing you.
Take off, buddy. I don't know you.
I don't know you. That's my pistol.
Oh god.
Plant jokes.
Shit. I'll be right back. Just 1 second. God.
Today on Talking Off the Rails, Sauron learns about allergy.
But here's the thing: he he's not entirely sure that's a thing that exists in his world either.
Wait, what? You mean there's a biological function that exists that's so common I didn't know about? It's like
Oh, you
living
know,
a
we
life-
all love Bilbo Baggins and the Hobbits, but I just can't well imagine them having allergies, I tell you.
Have you ever imagined a hobbit fucking?
While its nose was stuffed up, the snot running down its face. Oh, it gets me, George R. Martin, hard. You can't imagine a hobbit getting off while smelling another's armpit, and you haven't written your magical world well.
Man, we're hot with the hot takes tonight.
If you can't imagine hobbits with a foot fetish, what are we even doing?
Okay, I'm back. What? The
We're just
fuck?
riffing on George R. R.
Oh yeah, that's fine. It's easy.
And next you're gonna tell Sauron the sky is blue.
It's supposed
Well,
to be.
It obviously is. I'd be surprised if you told me the sky makes people's eyes leak.
It does if you stare at the sun for too long.
Jesus. You flung your worlds into existence.
So, how about you? And she turns and looks at Red Eye. Because she's getting some hinky shit from you, because she's a Watcher Paladin.
You want the long version or the short version?
As our friend pointed out, we will be here all night.
Well, I originally come from a place called Mordor. It's kind of terrible.
Poorly run. Poorly run.
Yeah, I mean it's poorly run, and it's also a volcanic landscape full of ash and soot. But
No, to be fair, volcanic soil is very good for farming.
you know what it's bad for?
What?
Allergies.
Really? What aggravates allergies in volcanoes?
The smoke and the soot and the ash
Really?
gets in your eyes and your nose. makes you cough and sputter.
Don't forget the humidity.
You're from Rivendell or some pansy place like that, aren't you?
Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah, well. Anyway. Mordor sucked, so I left. Wandered around. Mostly being spiteful and looking for people who work for the people who run Mordor and viciously murdering them. And other people started trying to deal with the Mordor problem, and I kind of got roped into that.
Vivi is having a hiccup. Or Discord hiccup.
I think it's mostly Discord. He's still on Roll20. No, he just dropped off there too. Okay.
Well, happens to him at least once a night.
He should be back pretty soon. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
He's typing in the chat. Don't worry.
What did you type, Vivi? Ah, yeah, Discord. Oh, okay, if it does anything, Emerald would have casted alarm before
you
she
back?
settled down.
Oh yeah, I was gonna once everyone's done talking, I was gonna do the setting up watch for the night thing.
Okay.
Yep. We can do that now. Okay, I am back.
When
Thank
we're
God that
back
worked.
talking, when we're done talking anyway.
Yep.
It was Red Eye was in the middle of something, but we waited for you to get back.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It was really weird.
It's
Anyways,
Discord.
continue, Red Eye.
Oh, yeah, well. I got roped into a weird quest with a strange group of people and went down in a dwarf mine, which is probably the least natural place for a warg to be, and fought some weird shit and found some weird shit. To make a long story short, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with myself at the moment, but read a weird book.
Beginning to look a lot like fishmen.
Now that's not a mood. I don't know what is.
Oh my god, are we gonna replace Santa with Cthulhu? Will Cthulhu give gifts to all the girls and boys in Narnia from now on?
I mean, if we're going by wintry grade old ones, it might be a Thaqua.
Ah, yes.
The Uber Wendigo.
The Turbo Wendigo.
And his legion of Windingos.
Many babies were eaten that winter.
But the presents were fucking boss.
So you found a weird book in a dwarf mine and you just read it?
Oh, no. So we went down in the mine looking for Mithril and looking for troublemakers working for Sauron, which is the asshat who runs Mordor. And, well, we found the troublemakers, but they weren't really making trouble. They deserted. So we went down to find the Mithril we were looking for, and we ran into some really odd things down there. And I talked to someone who I'm pretty sure might have been like a god or something, and found some incredibly important artifacts from an earlier era of our world's history, and recovered those. And after that, I just I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. That there was something I was on the verge of understanding. So I went around trying to scratch that itch. I eventually found a book in the library of Erebor that answered a lot of questions and left me with even more.
Yeah.
This
Pursuit of
wasn't like
knowledge can
a
be a very dangerous road, but often a worthwhile one too.
this wasn't like a book. Like, did the author of the book, was it Morgoth or Melkor?
I originally got the book from a dude named Tom Bombadil,
Oh
but he
Christ!
wasn't the author. The author was some Abdul Al-Hazred fellow from I don't think it's Narnia or Middle Earth or any of our worlds. Some other. How that Bombadil fellow got it, I really don't want to know. He was using
I
it as a
I
coaster.
also want to reiterate he was using it as a drink coaster.
As a coffee table book.
Yes.
But I mean, I've still got the book. I would not recommend. I would not recommend reading it. I mean, you can, but I still haven't entirely recovered myself. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Well, not personally, just seen the effects firsthand. Old professor I met who read a book and went blind from it. But you could clearly still see, and even if you couldn't, I'm sure your nose could get you by just fine.
I
Well,
was
Girl, as you say that, there a familiar whistling echoes in your mind.
Well, I didn't lose my sight, no, but I was a lot more robust before all of this happened. I mean, I'm sure I could still bite your fingers off, but I'm not going to be running a marathon anytime soon.
Magical books that take your vitality.
Yes, that is what it was. That is what it did.
Dangerous stuff, that. Let
Was
me
it
know
written
if it
by
becomes...
Stephanie Meyer.
Woo!
That was out of character. That was out of canon.
No, it wasn't.
At this point?
Narnia was a book in Middle Earth.
At this point, I don't really think we can really call for ourselves what's canon and what isn't anymore.
I can.
Yeah.
Keep telling yourself that.
Twilight didn't happen. That's the one saving grace.
Yeah,
Twilight didn't happen.
the great old ones ate that one before it got off the ground.
Twilight didn't happen. 50 Shades sadly did.
Just imagining Cthulhu with the other old one saying, listen, I know that we were made up by a racist, but the person who made this up was a racist.
Yeah, what do you think we left?
It's like that scene in Samurai Jack where the gods are all destroying Twilight, but then a single piece of it breaks off and falls to Earth and becomes 50 Shades.
That's really cruel to Aku to make that comparison. Aku didn't deserve this.
Well, those sorts of things are often dangerous roads to go down, but you clearly possess enough of a moral compass to help people in need when they need them, so...
And nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Indeed. Let me know if it becomes difficult, and if you need anything difficult done. I mean it. My job's to help people if I can. Not tell them how to live their lives.
Keep that in mind.
Good. wind's howling.
He said it! He said the thing! Did you?
Well, everyone better get some rest. Probably should set up a night watch, though, judging by that horrible thing, he says, shaking a little bit of extra ick he found inside of one of his gloves out. If that's the standard for what we're going to be running into out here, then we definitely need a night watch set up. I'll be happy to take a spot.
I wouldn't worry about that too much. She, kind of gets up and shakes the blanket off and walks around in a 20-foot perimeter around the entire campsite, scratches out some glowing runes on any rocks that she finds.
Nice.
Alarm, excellent.
If anything passes this barrier, I will know about it. Wake me up instantly.
Wow. I wish Roach could do that. Well,
No, I think Roach does, just she doesn't tell you and runs off.
Roach would never do anything like that. All right. I'd still feel personally a little better, at least doing some of the watch myself. Even just a few moments' time knowing that something could be coming your way. Well, a few
I saw
seconds
Evan
matters.
Sauron poofs.
What was that?
I Valen Evan Sauron poofs. Just away. Just a little ring sitting where he was.
Just looks down at that ring, looks over at an emerald for a second, then looks back at the ring. Another time. All right. Well, anyone else want to actually engage in responsible behavior?
Sauron was trying to, but
Yeah, it's just he has a time limit.
He also did kind of get his ass kicked, so...
you just hear a muffled scream coming out of the ring.
No, you hear a resigned sigh. Just a.
Meadow picks up the ring and looks through it.
Nothing
The ring.
happens.
Yeah, it's just a plain gold ring.
Ah.
I'd really like to help, but thing that we fought took a chunk out of me. I think I ought to rest.
Hey, take what time you need. I can stay up for a little while myself. Just take some time to meditate. And, yep, I will be happy to take whatever portion of night watch I can that still gets me a long rest.
Alright, so I'm gonna need 4 people to do a watch. So Geralt 1, anybody else?
Yeah.
Sounds like I'll be the first one at this point.
If Red Eye can get a rest and still hold watch, that you will.
Yeah, yeah.
The more
You all
people
can get along.
volunteer,
Yeah, you guys all can long rest even if you do take watch.
so the more people volunteer generally, the more likely you're going to get 8 hours.
Mhm.
I'll
Emerald,
take second shift.
yeah, Emerald will volunteer even with her alarm up, but
Better safe than sorry. After that fight, I'm not going to relax until this is all done.
Alrighty. Geralt, you're up. Roll survival. Or perception.
Okay, I'm actually better in one than the other. All right, 17 perception. It's
Alright,
actually a very low roll.
as you take watch, the events of the day and your whole situation, like you're just clothes shopping.
Yeah, basically.
You're just clothes shopping, and all of a sudden you were like pulled into a magic wardrobe, and now you're in the thick of it again.
Yep.
You can't help but to think it's that something was up. Something did this to you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And your lowest roll, I imagine, is mostly you going through your head trying to suss out any potential would-be suspects that you know of.
I've pissed a lot of people off.
And conversely, this could also have been a prank by Siri too to get you to loosen up.
Well, at least this isn't the stupidest place I've ever been taken to.
Your
I
mind
hope
flashes
so.
back to the guy with like the weird sword, constantly wanting to fight you.
Yeah. Damn little guy chased me around half the planet. And that's not a joke. That is literally the entirety of Geralt's arc in Soul Calibur 6 is Mitsurugi following him like an ex-lover trying to get him to fight again.
Fight me!
No.
Fight me! Imagine you're both laying down and they're both screaming, laying down in camp, and he's yelling, "Fight him!" and you as they sleep.
Yeah, basically. Just the entire time.
Fight me! Oh,
No, go to sleep. And then mind will drift to that much more pleasant world that was also full of giant murder monsters, but at least all the people there were built like brick shit houses.
also could jump from a giant tree and without breaking their shins.
Yep.
Geralt falls out of the water and breaks all of his legs.
Yep. It's true. I'm not very good with heights.
Witchers are built top heavy. They skip leg day.
All our leg stuff goes into rolling. That's it. Rolling and backstepping. If there was a way to control all this, I'd go and bring some of those idiots back here. Think they'd be able to make short work of this place. Drop Monster Hunter protagonists into a Dark Souls world and watch what happens.
Well, there's a spin-off for our spin-off.
The question is, could Dark Souls protagonists feed off Estus? Because I imagine they have more durability than most things, but I imagine due to Monster Hunter supplies, that their supplies would be limited.
Entirely possible.
So it would be mostly they have a strong immediate advantage, but over time their resources get thinner and thinner.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it become like more of a war of attrition.
Entirely possible, but at the same time, we all know Monster Hunter characters will eat anything.
That is fair.
And they are fine with whatever they eat.
They'll also make anything they can find into fucking clothes.
Yeah, just imagining one of them going back after isekaiing to Bloodborne land and coming back wearing Moon Presence armor.
Fuck yeah! That's awesome.
Like, hey guys, I killed this thing from the moon. I'm wearing it now. Fuck yeah, bro. And everybody just high fives and goes back to playing beer pong.
So we're saying that Monster Hunter hunters are jocks.
A lot of them are. They're craft jocks, but still jocks.
But anyways, your watch comes and goes as your mind wanders, and occasionally you begin to you wonder if some of the more nefarious forces are responsible for this.
Mm-hmm. Certainly dealt with those. All right, well, if my watch passes eventlessly, I'll go and wake Meadow up. Rise and shine. Here. Puts a blanket on. It's like, it's already warm.
Thank you. She wraps up in it, shakes herself off, and goes to sit by the fire.
All right, roll survival or perception check.
Geralt he doesn't fall asleep laying down. He literally just goes and sits into a meditative pose and just enters into that.
Not 20, Meadow.
Jesus.
Not 20 survival. Alrighty. Well, that makes sense. You are as you sit down for watch, Meadow, and you attune to the world around you. You feel all the trees around you. Most of them most of them who you felt used to be alive and having nymphs of their own and dryads, and you feel all of them. It's a familiar feeling, empty, painfully empty. But as you're noticing, you look up to, because even though you guys have been going on for hours, it's still technically dusk. Although in the distance you can see more of a night sky with Aurora Borealis to the north, which you would know to the north is the city of the Witch.
Aurora Borealis? At this
It's
time of day,
technically-
this part of the country, localized entirely in your kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Can I see it?
Right
Yes.
there.
Well, Meadow, you are an odd fellow, but I gotta say, you steam a good ham.
Thank you.
I mean, she's a Venus flytrap, so technically she does steam her hams. That's how they digest their prey.
Well,
But as you're sitting up, for a brief moment, the sky grows a bit darker as you look up, and you see something in Narnia you've never seen before. You see a horse flying on two wings. As it flies, it neighs mournfully as it heads to the south.
That's ominous.
Roll me a history check. I would say with advantage, but
oof.
alrighty. You're not sure, but you think you've heard Splintertail mention that there is one flying horse in Narnia, but otherwise you don't know much more besides that. You don't know much besides that, as it was you're in camp and you probably fell asleep halfway through the story.
Confound my narcolepsy.
All you remember of it was something about a magician and a nephew. And that's all, as much as you remember.
Well, it's probably not important.
All right. So other than that, your watch goes by without much trouble. In the distance, you hear howling of wolves, but they're very far off and nowhere near you, which you figure are probably the witches' secret police out and about near her territory, or the howls carrying through the night. Since since to your knowledge, most of them are parked out near the lantern way.
You hear a
He tenses
sound.
up, trying to, just waiting to hear if they get closer.
Thankfully, they never do.
The cat does, though.
Cat's
he
being
decides
allergic.
now.
As your watch comes and goes, you go wake up the next person, which I assume is going to be either Scatha or Red Eye.
I think it would be Scatha.
All right. You wake Scath. You wake Emerald up.
Hey, what was the name of that one flying horse again?
Scath, roll history with advantage.
I like that's how you wake me up.
I have a horse question.
Oh, Scatha, yeah, you know this one. Hold on, what was? Need to fucking go to the Narnia wiki to find out his name again.
Fledge.
Yeah, it was one of the first ever creatures of Narnia that you remember. It was Fledge. He came from the same world where the other humans have, and he used to be a pulley horse. But he used to belong to the first king of Narnia, and Aslan granted him both the ability to speak and the ability to fly. To your knowledge, no other horse besides Fledge has wings. And you're actually kind of surprised that Fledge, even after all this time, is still around.
Yeah, I think I saw him just now.
Yeah, he's first thing that Aslan actually created, but he came from the same world as most humans from, like, including the kings and queens that were supposed to be on the thrones.
He sounded upset. That's probably not a good thing.
Well, I would be upset too. He's the only one. He's
Like a
probably
figure.
been lonely for like centuries.
Oh.
And unfortunately, a lot of my fellow unicorns are a little not upset is not the correct word.
Horse
Envious,
racist?
I suppose. Envious is the best word for it. I'm not sure why, but they don't interact with him, and he doesn't try to interact with us.
Huh.
So, him crying like that, I can believe it's probably just him being lonely.
If I'd known that, I would have hailed him.
Fucked up, Aslan.
Not sure why Aslan only ever made one of him. It was if he was, supposed to be the first thing that he ever did. Kind of seems like a on purpose move to me, and I don't know why he would do that.
That's not right. Just discarding someone like a rough draft.
A lot of things that are happening in Narnia are not right. It's up to the people who live there and the people who gather with each other to make them right.
Here. Meadow gives Emerald the blanket. Most of the bugs have already migrated back to me.
She has 2 blankets draped on her now. She's like, all right.
Toasty!
Blankets. Horse is just going to be a pile of blankets at the end of the night.
You gotta keep your horse covered.
Sleep.
Alright, roll me perception or survival, Scatha.
Which am I better at? I have nothing in perception and I have 4 in survival, so if I roll survival, it's going to suck, so I'll try it.
As you wait with your watch, your ears flicker back and forth as you pan to the horizon. As you look to the south, knowing that to your south is the hill where Narnia was born, directly to your south. Looking to see if you see Fudge again, but sadly you do not. As your watch comes and goes with not even a small animal coming to accost you, as it's now someone else's turn.
Well, she gets up and nudges what she thinks still is just a really big wolf. She goes, "You ready for your watch?"
When you nudge Red Eye, she sort of like,
Oh, before that though,
Mhm.
Red Eye, in your sleep, before as you went to sleep, you had a bit of a rough time falling in and out of sleep. But then once you finally got into a deep sleep, it was pleasant. As you begin to dream, as you before suddenly you realize you're walking down an alley, what you think is like an alleyway, and you think it's like some sort of town, like Rivendell or Erebor or Minas Tirith. The the roads you walk are like paved with cobblestone and stones. As jaunty music is playing in the background, like some sort of strange saxophone music, stuff that you've heard some of the hobbits play in Hobbit when you've swung past. As in the distance, as you squint, you see a bunch of people with lights and colors just dancing in a parade with like beads and alcohol and masks and having a jaunty old time. As you feel something behind you.
Okay.
As the hair stands on the back of your neck and you turn. Well, hello there, look. Hold on to my voice. Well, hello there, little lost pup. As you see what you think is a man dressed in purple.
Oh God.
In
William
like,
Afton.
it's a man dressed in purple in like a strange like zoot suit.
A man in a
Why?
suit?
I see you're the sleeper's newest little helper. As you look up and then you notice the man has no face, yet is talking to you with a suave Rollins accent. So, what can I do for you, little pup?
He's just gonna kind of shrug, like just giving you that look that dogs give people when they're not sure about them. And she just kind of shrugs, like,
Oh, where are my manners? My name is Mr. Skin. And I take it you're the High Priest's newest little helper.
I'm getting such bad vibes.
Some bad touch right here.
I think that you're correct. But you know.
Well, where are my manners? You see, I'm a bit of a in-between sort of guy. The High Priest and all his little other buddies typically has me as their little errand boy, as you will. And so I go between them and go between them and their little helpers, and I give them boons or information or what have you. And it seems you're a little bit far away from home, as it were. So, as the helper of the good old High Priest, I'm here to extend a hand of friendship and offer to you.
Friendship. Well, suppose that's fair.
You see, the High Priest is awfully worried about you and wants you to get home all safe and sound as quickly and as possible. So I'm just gonna give you some little help and if you needed advice. So whenever you're about to fall asleep, you can simply wish to meet up in my little hacienda, as it were. After all, New Orleans is such a lovely town to have conversation and drinks in, wouldn't you say?
Do it, Red Eye. You get to go to see New Orleans. Maybe even during Mardi Gras.
Mardi Gras.
I'm not sure about the whole conversation and drink thing, but I might take you up on your offer sometimes.
Well, excellent. And if at any time you feel my my offer of assistance is not welcome, I'll just simply go out the door, open the door, and go on my merry way.
Seems fair.
Otherwise, any help I can give you, be it summoning help from law, the old ones know where. Well, I'm your man.
Well, I might need some help. It really depends. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Oh, we most definitely will. And with that, you wake up.
Okay, Red Eye is gonna wake up growling, like with her lips pulled back and with her legs kicking, like dogs do when they're having a bad dream.
The horse is looking at you like horses look at things, like from the side of her head.
Yes. The two most nervous, gremlin, creepy, slightly uncanny, bred by humanity to the point of bastardization mammals.
My watch already?
It's your watch if you're up for it.
Some person was bothering me in my dreams. Didn't seem quite grasp the concept of what a warg is, truth be told. He was trying to take me out for drinks on the town, like, well, I mean, I don't, I'm not a human. This is strange purple man trying to get me to. I'm starting to regret looking in that book. It's very strange. Very strange.
She's still looking at you like side eye. It sounds like whoever it was trying to tempt you, but did not know how to tempt what you are. Sounds like he's used to tempting human creatures.
I'm not entirely sure he's a friendly fellow. The one I met down in Moria was all sorts of weird, but at least he knew how to respect my personal space. Didn't try to take me out for drinks.
People who knows you wait for that shit.
Wow. Okay, so
On the first date, that'd be strange.
I need to check something.
Alrighty. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna step away for just a second myself. Just give me a second.
I was looking at spells. I don't think I have anything that would actually stop that from happening while you're sleeping, but she would if she would offer if she did.
Like you can stop old one bullshit from happening to your dream.
I know, but Emerald doesn't.
Not at level 10 anyway.
Emerald is a Watcher Paladin. She's used to dealing with this weird fucking extra planar bullshit.
Yeah,
Oh.
she's fought many of Freddy Krueger in her time.
No. When Harina gets back, I'll finish that.
You s- Also, I love how all the players know what I did, but the characters don't.
I know what
And we
you
got a lot
did.
of outside context problems for our characters to discover.
Just waiting for the days we learn them. Just, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
It's a
Back.
horrible surprise to us later.
That's a surprise tool that will fuck us up later.
She goes,
Well, there's no point belly aching about things I can't change. I'm fairly sure whatever this nonsense is, it's over my head at this point. I'm tempted to tell them to just go away, but I don't know if they'd listen. And well, I'll take my watch.
you also never
We can
know.
talk about it more when you don't need sleep.
Good luck. If there's anything I can figure out how to perhaps give you a restful night's sleep without any of that, I will try. And then she drags one of the blankets off of her and drapes it over your dog shoulders, I guess.
Your haunch.
Now, Red Eye right now just has an expression like she's absolutely just fucking done with this shit. Like, just. Like, she is the opposite of, like, a happy looking dog right now. She's got grump face.
It's like the dog who you show the cupcake in front of. It looks like he has PTSD. That's what I'm imagining. Anyway, so roll me a perception to survival check.
Alright.
Yeah, the bad touch vibes you got is fucking with your watch as you feel like the trees are moving, even though they're clearly not. Like some of the imagery you saw in that book. But as your watch goes on, nothing triggers the alarm, and you figure you're just jumping at shadows. As you all, as you all get, as Anadhar poofs back into existence from the ring,
Yeah, at daybreak.
or whatever the equivalent is,
Yeah.
you all now have had a full long night of rest. Some of you having a more eventful night than others.
Thank goodness I no longer have 3 hit points. And. That was bad. When morning comes, Red Eye is still just got that like distressed dog expression.
Well, we survived the night. Good.
Red Eye? Alright, you look unnerved.
Well, I had a dream last night where a creepy man tried to. I don't know what he was trying to do, but he was trying to bribe me with things that would probably be appealing to someone with 2 legs.
Was he holding a spoon?
Not that I saw.
Relaxes a little bit at that.
Was the only...
That's our mouths.
all wrong.
Boom?
A long story that we've got enough on our plate to deal with already. Stop that.
Bad dreams are a dime a dozen in this place. You get used to it.
Yeah, the problem is I'm pretty sure this one was real.
Sit down at my table, put your mind at ease.
Last night I had this dream that I was adopted by this guy with glasses, and he kept feeding me blood and making me grow, but it was never enough.
For him or for you?
Yes.
Yeah, I can. I don't have much advice on that.
Well, at least you were mean and green, Lydia. And potentially from outer space.
Green, yes, but Meadow is not mean.
But in the dreams,
Even in the sense of being lean and a fighting machine?
Oh, yeah.
There we go then.
Well, mean's not just an attitude; it's just like a state of like color and being.
Yep, just wanted to make sure you weren't selling yourself short there. All right, well.
Relax and it'll enable me to do anything now.
I can see your future. I can turn around some too. I look deep into your heart and soul. You have a soul, don't you, Lawrence? Make your wildest dreams come true.
That was the vibe I was trying to go for.
Yeah, I'd say you got it a bit.
Yeah. All right, then. Well, locals, what way's the best way to go from here?
Would I be able to do something for that?
If you're pursuing Father Christmas and you'll be going towards the woods of Father Christmas, which in terms of landmarks, you would be heading west towards Beaver Dam.
And we're at Glasswater Bay right now.
No.
No.
Hold on.
Or we're over here somewhere in this area.
You see the arena on the map?
Yeah.
You're roughly around like right here. So
If we head this way, we'll hit Beaver Dam, and then we can go from there. Easier to follow landmarks.
Although you would be heading close to witch's territory, so you might run into some.
The only problem with heading that way is that's the White Witch's territory. We'd have to be extra careful.
How powerful of a witch are we talking here?
You see all this snow? All this winter? She's made it so it hasn't stopped for a century.
That's not an... Okay, I understand you're trying to sound threatening, but that's not the highest benchmark for me.
Well, it's been a lot longer for a century now.
Mm-hmm. I've already killed someone capable of doing that, so...
How reasonable is this witch? I know she's not a good person, but she might be a pragmatic one.
She was willing to murder children.
She likes to turn people to stone over the slightest things.
Now, is it just these children of prophecy, or like any children?
Any children.
Any children.
Pretty much just children as a rule.
She's covering her bases.
And it didn't even matter if they were children or not. If any human crossed the borders of Narnia, they were killed on the spot.
And certain things that kind of looked like humans.
Sounds like someone who lives by fear.
I'll
Or in
never
it.
forget the Yeti purge.
If you could figure out exactly what she wanted, perhaps you could persuade her to do something, but I don't know if you'd want to give somebody like that exactly what they wanted.
Let's not negotiate with evil tyrants.
Yes, had enough of that to last me. So that land is best avoided then. Noted.
The only problem is we would have to walk directly into the heart of it to get to Father Christmas, which has your friend.
So we're
Has,
going to have to deal
As
with
far as
that.
you,
as far as we know.
Emerald, you would know this. Even though Beaver Dam is somewhat closer to the witches,
You're right.
somewhat closer to the witches' domicile, most of her forces are more camped out in the Lantern Waste area, where the children first appear.
Okay.
So that is her stronger priority. She has some like squads, like doing patrols around in the area, but nothing to like crawling with wolves or army.
The last I remember is a lot of her forces are focused here. We do have a map, right?
Yes.
And she would touch Lantern Waste with her horn. They're mostly over here, camped out because that's where the Children of Prophecy first arrived in Narnia, and she thinks that perhaps they'll come back that way. I don't get the logic, but you know, I'm also not
Also
a
where
tyrant.
Tumnus the Traitor was. So she felt basically you gathered that's where she felt her line was weakest.
Nah.
So she just doubled down and cementing.
But as long as we avoid that, we shouldn't run into the majority of her patrols, and if we're careful, we might be able to sneak through.
Geralt, do you have any ways of disguising yourself? You may look too human for this in case we run into a patrol or something.
Well, you did have that loot from last session.
That we do.
I myself think I might have something I can do. And Sauron spreads his arms wide, and 1930s Dracula style morphs into a bat. He's got a cape that lets me do that shit. I have a Dracula cape.
Of course you do.
Nice. Handy skill.
I am,
Most
And
people
you
don't
hear some high pitched cheeping in reply.
I am
Not
able.
not as big as it used to be in that form, but you gotta make do.
Yep.
I'm able to basically hide some creature as long as they let me. So that might help for a few of us. Basically, I have non-detection. I can cast it twice if I need to, so...
Not much I'm going to be able to do on that front. But then again, my job usually is to make sure the monster knows I'm there. If I had no time and ways of doing that, I do have knowledge of certain elixirs I can prepare that can disguise my scent, but that's something that works in my world. I've no way of knowing it works here or not. So, this world has more magic than I do. What would you recommend? Because things tend to want to kill me as soon as they see me.
And then there was that one world where you got it, and everyone seemed to know who you are, and they all wanted your autograph. That was
Pretty
cool.
much. That one was really weird.
What I can do will only hide you from other magic. It won't hide you from being seen.
That wouldn't be the first time I've had to be bait. I can handle myself if we absolutely have to come down to it. If I have to be bait or a distraction, well, wouldn't be the first time.
Thoron unmorphs into a bat. Or morphs back into a person, I guess. Red Eye, you have some magic ability. Do you think you have anything that could disguise a person?
Don't think so.
And Sauron smiles and is like, if only I could stay a ring, I'd have an easy solution to this problem.
I could cover you in bees, and we could pretend you were made of bees.
I think that's a different kind of attracting attention, but hey.
I can only imagine Anatar's reaction to that.
Not the bees. Not the
Here's the
bees.
thing. He doesn't know if it wouldn't work. The way things have been going lately? Yeah, why not? Let's try the bee gambit.
Well, if worst comes to worst, Geralt.
I mean, Sauron is used to the Mordor auditing division gambit paying off dividends.
Yep.
Worst comes to worst, Geralt, we can just create a distraction for the rest of them and then run circles around whoever's chasing us.
Well, I'm pretty good at fighting on horseback. I think we might do better if we tag teamed in that regard.
And that was the idea.
Works for me. All right. Just have to rough it then.
We have a shitty plan, but
Wait, hold on. Didn't you say something about that weird, really dirty lion pelt you had?
yeah. Just a reminder, what exactly would that do to me again?
It allows you to to polymorph to a beast once a day. Under a certain CR level. Let me go dig up my.
Yeah, turn Geralt into a furry.
It would turn you into a beast of your choosing, I think.
What's going on?
Why do I get the feeling doing that would encourage a lot of horrible thoughts?
Yeah, it was one a day into a beast CR4 or lower.
BCF?
And you have an advantage on deception checks to Narnia.
Okay. So I'm the only one here that would really be the biggest sore thumb in this scenario. I hate the thought of it, but probably the best option I got. Mind if I take that?
Oh, go ahead. Would I be able to give him a list of the most likely things that wouldn't attract too much attention?
roll a history or nature check.
Okay.
Or survival.
Better with survival, so I'll try that.
So yeah, you could list a bunch of creatures that are native to the area.
So, I think a wolf would be off the table because they might try to recruit you. Damn
Oh,
it.
I'd like to see them try.
A fox would be inconspicuous, but they're also a little bit bullied by the wolves.
Well, that wouldn't work either. I would give that away in an instant.
You could do a capybara. They just don't give a fuck.
There hasn't been a capybara in the area ever since swamps fell.
No, I can't do that sort of character well. You have to understand, no matter what happens and what happens, and anything that could happen to me, just kind of gestures at his face. This attitude has been browbeaten into me for the better part of a century. There is not much I can do to get rid of it.
Okay, so
I
what
am just here.
suggestions for the most grumpy-looking animal?
Well, you got a giant badger.
Ah,
He is just going to take it, put it on, and he's going to just turn into a big white dire wolf.
All right, then.
that's
You are
right.
now.
That's not what I expected, but hey, that works well enough.
I mean, if they want to give us trouble for being wolves, I suspect that's going to be a problem, regardless of what sort of thing you turn to.
We already have a wolf here, then better have two wolves so one of us doesn't get peer pressured.
Sauron reflexively thinks of the time he transformed into a wolf to try and overcome an obstacle and how it didn't turn out well for him.
Don't worry, there's no giant dogs. It's fine.
Well,
There's just regular dogs.
we run into any wolves, we'll just give them the old resist propaganda thing by asking them about why. I think between your outside allegiances and my just general resistance to other people's bullshit, I think we'll be fine.
And yeah, and also, Red Eye is still quite a bigger than Direwolf Geralt.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, direwolves are technically a large creature.
Let me go to the 5e tools and find the stats for Dire.
There's CR1 and large, technically.
Large boys. So. Well,
No, I'm busy. Go, Stubby.
thinking about it more, it might actually be within our benefit for having two wolves. Less likely to think that you're just going to change allegiance.
If anything, we can just pretend to be involved with the witch. If there's one thing I know about zealots, it's that if you say the right words, most of them will do anything you say.
True enough.
That was a lot of brainwashed ne'er-do-wells back in Middle-earth. They all tend to have the same general outlook.
Well, this probably increases and improves our odds quite a bit, but I'm just going to say I did not actually envision the fur being white, so I guess that actually is just something I can't control anymore. All right. Also, are my eyes still the same?
Yes.
Damn it. They're going to ask about that too. Well, here's hoping it just gives me some intimidation boosts.
I mean, they're going to be asking about Red Eye anyway.
It's true. Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
Anyways,
Go ahead.
Anyway, so do you head out?
I think this is as good as we're going to be able to get.
Yep.
Alrighty. As you begin to mosey on and head out from your camp, you walk for a few hours, and as the stove progressively becomes more and more present on the ground, turning into a beast has been fortuitous, as the inbuilt nature of wolves in general, girl, has made traversing the snowy terrain a lot easier for you. As Meadow, you feel the bite and the chill on your pedals as you push on deeper and deeper into the
I am so
perpetual
very
twilight snowy area of Narnia.
I am so very not a fan of this.
You need a ride?
It's not that.
I have blankets, plenty of them.
Oh.
Like, girl has blankets for days.
Blankets for days?
Blankets for days.
I'd only need it for like an hour.
You say that like I'm not willing to do it. Get on my back. Come on.
Meadow shrugs and hops on.
All right, just take the blanket out of the saddlebags.
She does so.
All right. And just carry on. I'd like to roll perception to just kind of get a sense of our surroundings with
All
advantage.
right,
Since I'm using smell.
roll that beautiful bean footage.
All right. 31.
Wow.
All right, girl. As you progress, you start smelling something. Something cooking and smoke.
Someone's cooking something. What direction is it in?
Direction you're heading.
Oh, dead ahead. How convenient.
As you're walking by, you notice that there's a small creek that's been frozen over. As you progress, and in distance, you see an old wooden-looking shack built on what looks like a makeshift dam made of stick and wood that's holding the frozen river back.
Just remind us of the shelter that we built for their little woodland friend last session.
Yes,
See? This must be the beaver dam you mentioned.
and you can hear as you get closer, you see smoke coming out of the top of it, and you hear a conversation.
What do I hear?
As you get closer, you hear four distinct voices. All right. Look, we should be pushing south to Carliman. There are many Narnians like us who've been flooding over the years. It's perfect. And I counter, we need to go to the woods of the old gold, of the wood of the wood gold. It's just north of Lanterade. Animals like us are safe, and we don't lose our minds there. Yeah, but we'll be pushing right through witch territory. I suggest we head towards Telma. I met a merchant on the road who had recently been cleared of a beast that was prowling. Some sort of collection of heroes or something. And I tell you, we all should be heading to Cab Haravel and hold up there. Oh, god damn it, Truffle Hunter, that's a suicide mission and you know it. As the conversation is going on.
I'm not a local, so my player knowledge is absolutely useless in this scenario.
If anybody others, they can also hear in on this, if they want to roll perception.
I'll
Yep.
try. I will also, if it goes
Locals.
shitty.
I was gonna say I have advantage on hearing and smell, but don't really need it.
I'm gonna pop a guidance on that. So I'm gonna roll a 1d4. Forgot I had that shit. So it.
All right,
Everybody's hearing
12.
this.
Emerald, you can tell that by the sound of it that at least two of them are talking animals.
One of them call themselves Truffle Hunter. That's something you know.
Sounds like a badger name.
Oh, badgers.
What about a pig?
Badgers, mushroom.
It doesn't surprise me that a badger would be pushing to go to Care of Haravel. They're some of the more loyal animals, I suppose is the correct word. They believe wholeheartedly in the kings and queens of Narnia.
Well, they're opposed to this witch and Father Christmas, aren't they?
Father Christmas, probably not yet completely. He's still a figure of good in their legends. It will take a while for them to see exactly what he's been doing. The White Witch, definitely. The Badgers would never ally themselves with her.
Good to note.
they spot us, how likely are they to assume we're her pet dogs?
With me here with you, probably less likely than normal.
Wouldn't be that hard to say that we had a change of heart. From the sound of things.
They've
Girl,
Yep.
one word in particular, as you're overhearing it, the wood of the wood god.
Uh-huh.
That a place where animals go and they don't lose their mind.
Hmm.
Something about that is ringing familiar to you.
So sort of familiar that sounds more like something that I'm used to encountering.
Yes.
That sure sounds familiar. Gonna keep that information to myself for now. But definitely making a note of that because that's not inherently a good thing for him himself.
Nope.
I need to know more before I could actually comment on what I'm hearing. They'll probably be surprised if they see a group this large coming in, but at the same time, looking over, it's like I'm assuming that unicorns are about as well regarded as it gets by those who consider themselves righteous.
Did Sauron hear the wood god thing?
You would have, yes.
Said that Leshens are worshipped, right? Or have holidays.
Eased more like, but yes. Yeah.
And they are something like a dryad companion here. Could that be
Close enough.
construed as a wood god?
People worship them, yes. Though it's often more sacrifice and appease to them this day and age to make them not send wolves and ravens to peck your eyes out and eat your entrails.
Emerald, you'd probably discern that if since being that close to Lantern Waste, being a place of sanctuary, probably means whatever's there is powerful enough, is strong enough to tell the witch to fuck off.
Whatever they're talking about, this wood god.
Red Eye is wondering if this is something she's read about in her book.
I mean, potentially. You do know that some cults of the Black Note of the Woods sometimes call her the Wood God or something similar, and that some of her children called Jotnar or appear as like deer with like humans for antlers, sort of thing.
She's gonna look at Geralt.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is a long shot, but does the name Shub Nagurath mean anything to you?
That would absolutely not. It's like, he's just gonna say Gesundheit.
This sounds like that. That's a thing in my book. Sounds like the sort of thing you'd run into.
I deal with a lot of monsters, but very rarely will I find one with a name that big of a mouthful. Sounds like something with an ego.
Listen, all she wants is babies. That's all she wants.
Listen, that whole wood god thing they mentioned, he just kind of looks over with his big, very large wolf head over at Anatar. That sounds an awful lot like something I'm used to encountering. And that's not always a good thing. But it depends. They tend to defend nature, and where I'm from, mankind encroaches on it all the time. But then just a thought kind of crosses them. But on the other hand, we're kind of fighting against someone that is encroaching on nature right now, aren't they? This might be the stupidest idea I've ever had. We should talk to them. Come on. And he's not even going to wait, just going to lope down with his big wolfy paws over towards the dam.
Sauron will follow, flying overhead.
I'll be
Red Eye is gonna mutter under her breath, but follow.
Edo's still riding him.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I hear someone coming. What do you see? I hear wolves. Wolves. Wait a minute. Wait. Why do they have a horse with them? Quiet down. Quiet down. It might be. As you get to the door, you knock.
So what sort of disparaging insult will convince you that I don't work for this white witch?
The door opens. Well. First of all, calling her the White Witch at all is as big as insult as you can give her.
Oh, well, she's the whitest witch that ever was.
We used to call her the white bitch, but she started to like that.
That's a Lydia. That was a pull, and I appreciate you for doing it.
Like, all right,
That's
the white bitch it is.
God damn it! We've become an epic movie. Well,
Mind if we
you-
come in? Mind if me and my companions make ourselves inside? It's a cold, cold night.
Well, yes, come on in, the Badger says, and it's like, God, a unicorn! Come in, friends, come in! Before the bitch sees you. And as you climb in, you see an odd electric mix of individuals. Sauron and Red Eye. You're surprised to see a dwarf there.
Does it look like a Middle Earth dwarf or some sort of freakish Narnia dwarf?
I mean, it's like a stout human with a beard, albeit a little balding, and looks like it might be played by Peter Dinklage.
Alright.
Because that's what this character was played by Peter Dinklage in the movies.
Fucking really?
Yeah, Peter Dinklage played Trumpkin in Prince Caspian.
Yep.
My God. Small oh, I shouldn't have said small.
Yeah, you see a badger of considerable size. Like, this is like a badger standing on two legs as like two hobbits standing on top of each other, tall.
Badgers of considerable size. I don't believe they exist.
You see what you think is an elf, but they have hooves and two like deer ears and horns.
Would Red Eye know what, or think she knows what that is? Maybe.
Roll a history check.
All right.
In your book, you've read about something called the satyrs, or like the spawn of old ones, but they're typically described with like boils and welts and like having some sort of like deformity besides the hooves. This looks a bit more well put together. As if the human and the lower deer parts were like meant to be that way, as opposed to just a hodgepodge of animal parts. And in the corner, roll a perception check as you walk in, everyone.
Everybody. $31 again. God.
You see someone in the corner with their arms folded in like Geralt, the frame of dress feels like it wasn't the Volturi, what was that called? The people who kidnapped you after killing the toad.
The Fury.
The Ophiri, yeah, it looks like someone in a Fury dress sitting in the corner, like with their arms folded.
Going in the world glory, its never-ending creation be praised.
Come again?
Sorry, just had to make sure. A lot of people have tried to kill me. Just kind of shakes off some of the snow off of his fur.
So you've run afoul of Carloman too, have you?
Not exactly.
Yeah, as Geralt notices him, Emerald and Meta, you know this. She is wearing Carloman dress. And you notice that if she's Carlman, she's human.
Well, Emerald steps into the burrow and shakes off the snow and goes, "Thank you for sharing your shelter, friends."
Much obliged for one such as yourself. Haven't seen a unicorn in quite some time. We're getting kind of worried. Save the world and all. Friend, what has happened to your horn?
That's a long story.
We're full of
Right.
long stories, you'll find.
Quite.
If you
2 wolves? I thought most of the wolves were minions of the witch at this point.
I'm not easily made a minion.
Well, well, you're among friends. Well, you're among friends then, Trumpkin, the dwarf says as he shuts the door and locks it with like a plank.
Good to know.
Anyways,
I can always use
the
friends.
badger says, I am Trouble Hunter. The dwarf you see there his name is Trumpkin. This over there is Rickard. He gestures to the man who with hooves. And the little swift talker near me is like, 9 nails, says as a fox jumps up and raises a paw to you. And over there is Anna Visa, she says with her arms folded. You see, we were in a bit of a conundrum. I'm not sure if you've overheard, but trying to figure out where to go from this point.
Yeah, seems safe places are a scarcity in this day and age.
Yes. Well, with people with animals like us losing our minds, I still say we head to the wood of the old god. We won't lose our minds, and apparently, this wood god is apparently big enough and bad enough to tell the witch to right fuck off.
What have you heard about that wood god?
Apparently, any wolves who go into the wood god's wood turn tail or turn right. Likewise, any other of her forces, well, tend to meet grisly ends.
Any accounts of the wood god itself?
Not really, other than it can dry between tree to tree that used to belong to all the dryads that used to live in that.
Fucking course.
Apparently, the story goes that it landed in Narnia like 1,000 years ago and set up shop ever since.
Landed?
Yeah, they said it just appeared one day.
They do that. I've had to deal with them in that instance before. Doesn't always mean a good thing, but if it's protecting animals, it means it's protecting nature, and that seems to be something that's in very big disarray.
You sound like you know of some of the wood god.
Long story, and just gonna cast off the wolf cloak.
Ah! A human?
Mm, Close enough.
Wearing a lion? Huh. The Trumpkin says as he pokes at the pelt. A lion? Huh. So that beast who disguised as a lion being slain was true.
Yeah.
Was being the operative word.
Well,
Yeah.
hey Rickard, you look like your merchant friend was right.
a foul
The fawn
thing.
says. The fawn gives a slight nod. Of like, yeah, I knew that the guy with the wooden spoon in the soup was on the up and up.
Is there a good break point right here? Because I gotta go let the dog out. Before
Yeah, as you all.
Yep. We all
Sit
get
down
in
to
big
have-
cozy.
You want us to continue conversing?
Yeah, go ahead and continue conversing. Emerald's just gonna kind of get in a staring contest with the human who's not saying a lot.
Yeah, the Carleman woman is just staring daggers at Emerald, and Emerald staring right back. There's similar energy to them. Anyways, you look awfully, So where you hail from, friend? Talmar, Carleman? Never seen them. Arkenland?
Rivia.
Huh, never heard of that place before. Is it like London wardrobe?
No.
I take it you are no son of Adam or daughter of Eve, but... Well, if your child was a unicorn, you have to be in the up and up.
So I've been told.
So,
Now,
so where you off to, friends?
We were trying to figure that out ourselves.
We are trying to get to the land of Father Christmas.
Father Christmas? Well, you're heading to his woods, that's for that. You're on the right path to the woods.
Good.
So, I must ask, why do... It's not Christmas yet, why do you seek out the...
A friend of ours is supposedly in his care, and we would like to return her home.
To make sure she's in good shape, you see.
Wait a minute. The dwarf says, wasn't a rumor of Father Christmas flying through the air with a woman in his... I don't believe it myself, says the fox. Some saying that the High Queen, that it was Father Christmas carrying back the High Queen. I don't believe it personally. After all, we all know the High Queen's rotting in the White Witch's dungeon.
And no one has mounted a rescue party for this person?
Well, people have tried. People have tried for years. Like, the crestfallen trader himself has tried dozens of times to try to stage a rescue. But the forces are too packed tightly in. They asked me, and even if she was in, like, some sort of other place, she would have popped in the lantern waste and would have been swarmed by the witch's forces immediately, the fox says.
An unfortunate state of affairs for this queen.
Yes. Ever since the treachery of Tumnus the Fawn, he was only a traitor and the creepy things he was going to do to the Queen Alice. Rickert spat. A curse on all fawns, that one. Well, I heard that the Tarkan of Carloman has issued a blanket declaration declaring that this High Queen, if she's returned, to be his bride and concubine, he says, looking toward the Carloman, who shrugs.
Yeah.
Sounds like Radabash, all right. The woman mutters.
Unlike that fool Denethor.
I'm not fond of monarchs.
Depends on whether or not they owe you a favor or money or something else. Save one of their children from a curse and they'll be your best friend for decades. But do literally anything else to make yourself known in their realm and they'll throw rocks at you in the street.
Their obsession with swords. Have you noticed that? They're obsessed with swords, these monarchs.
Quite often, yes.
I
It's a
think
compensation thing.
I think the idea is that a sword is something that can only be used for warfare, so it's less cost effective than like an axe. So if you have one, you're rich.
That makes sense.
Comes down to it pretty well, yes.
Well, you'll find plenty of broken swords in these parts.
Swords on my back will be fine. So, what exact sort of state of affairs led you all here? None of you look like beavers all that much.
Not many beavers have left after...
We actually met one down the way.
Oh, really?
He looks over at Meadow. It's your story to tell. He was your friend. Well, is.
Is, and I plan on keeping it that way.
Oh, was he on the verge of,
Yeah, he found a trick to try and hold on, but the sooner we get him to safety, the better.
Oh, wasn't the singing the song of the spiders over and over again?
That's the one.
I've been humming that ditty for weeks. Don't think I fully believe it, though. Not sure if I fully trust the spiders. Says the badger, puffing up his chest.
Well, we can usually trust their appetites.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, that's just a stereotype.
Well, I suppose you'd have a better sway of them, being that you are of the predatory plant persuasion. You have a close ear to the insect types.
I do.
Oh, well, we were all we're all traveling together and trying to figure out leaving the witch's domain and trying to figure out where best to move on. Niles over here says we go to this wood of the old god, although I don't think our human companion or fawn would probably be too fond of that.
Oh, you probably wouldn't. Though if it's been here for 1,000 years.
I still say we push south to Carliman, go across the Arkenland. Absolutely not, the woman says. You're not heading to Carliman. They'll probably enslave you on the spot.
Yes, I wouldn't. Your options seem to be between an old creature that you know will take care of at least yourselves, or a monarch. Seems like you're caught between one. Seems like you're caught on the snouts of two bastard hounds.
The fawn speaks up. I say you push over the mountains to Telmar. Telmar's been abandoned by the Telmarines already. Could hold up in one of the many forts there. Probably won't lose our minds being this far away. And I say we push to Cape Haravel. It's a ruin. It's been abandoned, but good. It's good sacred ground. Good for our senses. The sea air will be plenty good for us, and who knows, maybe we'll get a vision from Aslan himself.
Didn't you mention something about Telmar? Weren't those walking corpses we fought?
Those were the Telmarines. Well, the old Telmarines.
I'm back.
They used to have kingdoms all around these parts of a few hundred years ago. Tried to invade the place, but between the witch, the forces of Aslan, they only managed to form forts and footholds and never really got much. And then the Carmelines came in and destroyed the rest, so not many Telmarines left, I dare say. So all you see really is the ruins and forts. And sometimes the dead like to not stay dead.
Yes, we've encountered that before.
Looks over at the human, and where would you like to go?
Anywhere but Carliman, the woman says. Bit of a persona non grata there.
Did Emerald get anything from the staring contest, by the way?
Given that the woman's now talking, you get a feeling that this woman is from Carliman and probably from somewhere that was once well off, but has been on the run since then.
So she would be on one of the up and up humans, if we have one of those.
Given if she's fleeing from Carliman and traveling with animals, yeah.
She's gonna nudge Geralt a little bit. Would your forest spirits accept a human?
I've seen it happen. There's just usually some very hard, very non-negotiable terms involved. And all things considered, with everyone present and accounted for, that's probably going to protect the most people. And if there's one thing I know, if this is what I think it is, that witch would know. That witch will learn very fast not to cross it.
Apparently she already has, given that it's been near the land race for as long as it has been. She's been sending waves of forces there, and none ever come back. And those that do, or come back almost strangled, as if the trees themselves came alive.
Yeah, I'm convinced. Well, like I said last night, you can't always choose the scenario you're in. I think that I'm in one that I hate.
So,
But
yeah, basically he's telling you that they're heading for north of the Lantern Race, which I'm going to move Arena. The Wood of the Old Gods would be like right in this area.
Okay, just to make sure, out of character, this is a lesson we're talking about, right?
Yes, this is a lesson.
How the fuck did I accidentally, like, incur an expository foreshadowing dialogue with Geralt? How the fuck did that work out?
just did, it seems.
And you guys are currently right here. Given your current quest, the City of the Witch, and that is very far out of the way, and because you're heading for like this area. Boop. I'm doing the ping on the map.
Yep, I see it. Well, if this old god is looking after the talking animals here, then that means it respects sentient creatures, willing to respect it in kind. Just visibly grits his teeth and just pinches the temple, leaning his head back while leaning against the wall. Something familiar might actually be a nice change of pace for me at this rate.
I don't want to be the contrarian, but if this Leshen thing doesn't work out, we might want a plan B.
If it doesn't work out.
Care Paravel, they say the High Queen might return soon.
Rena is gonna look at Emerald. Assuming this god of the woods isn't all it's chalked up to be, where do you think the safest place for these people would be?
Can I roll like a survival or something for that to
With
figure out?
advantage.
Yeah. In the
18. You know that Carloman probably isn't the best place given the current ruler in charge.
Mm-hmm.
You have heard a bunch of Narnians heading there. Although the tales of the god they worship there is not the most kosher. You feel that if there was like a change in who's in charge there, it might be better. But as it currently stands, it's treacherous and probably not worth it in the end. Probably going to result in some form of chattel slavery.
Yeah. So she would immediately
So
knock that one out.
You don't know anything about this wood god. You figure it could be like some sort of old god of Narnia that got woke up due to the tragedy. But it could also be whatever this Leshen thing Geralt is adamant it is.
Yeah, and I trust
Either
Geralt's word when he says it should be a good option as long as they're willing to compromise on a few things.
And Care Paravel, it's basically, you do know that people have been squatting there for a bit and people have been trying to get there. In general, it's a pretty safe place, and like some animals do also tend to not lose themselves there. It's well fortified, you have good access to resources, and there isn't like really a downside or price to pay being per se. The only issue is getting there and crossing through the fields of Baruna, which have been a perpetual war zone between the witch and loyalist Narnian forces.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so she's gonna
So
make...
either way, you have to go across their witch territory or a war zone.
She's gonna just kind of blow out a horsey snort.
And then there's Telmar, which is a bit of an unknown. You haven't been there yourself or heard any info coming out of it, other than that's where Meadow and Splintertail was heading.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know if it's good, but you also don't know if it's bad.
So out of the 4 options that we've got, we can cross out Collarman immediately. If the current ruler was deposited, perhaps it would be safer, but as it stands now, you'd be walking directly into compromise that would compromise you into slavery.
Going to vote
That's
no
what
on
I've been.
that.
That's what I've been trying to tell them. Thank you, wise friend.
Yeah, not a fan of crossing monarchs again, and that sounds like something that would inevitably happen.
And it would not be kind to send your friend into that when she's telling you not to.
Ervisa will remember this.
Telmar might be okay, but I have not heard anything one way or the other, so you might be walking into something terrible.
As I keep telling you, Rickett, there's a reason we're not getting information. Yeah, because people stay there and they don't come back because it's good. The fawn and the dwarf starts to argue.
It's
No.
like, hey.
Oh no,
There's-
that's a
That's
a
not
fool's hope.
That is not how things work. Let me go ahead and tell you that. People can they experience something too good to be true, especially in dire times, they can never shut up and have to go out and tell someone about it.
I would
That place is most likely a place where you go to die.
And I would also hope that any of your companions, if they found a good place, they would come back for you. I don't think Narnians would leave Narnians in this situation.
If there's no word coming out of a country, it's ruled by a despot.
Let's not forget that their dead are coming back to life. That's never a good sign.
It's either a despot or some other form of monster that, well,
That's where the place is dead, and by the time they cross the mountains, they don't have resources to get back. Ervisa chimes up.
Now, as we stand it, we have two fairly decent choices. I don't know anything about this old god of the woods, but if Geralt says that you are going to be able to deal with it, then you might be able to do just that, and you would be fine. You would have to cross the witch's woods, but there would be a compromise for your human friend. I'm sure of it. Cair Paravel?
absolute need be.
Cair Paravel is a treacherous journey, but I know for sure if you get there, the animals there that go there do not lose their minds, exactly as this old god you claim this old god is able to do. And it is well fortified, it is well stocked, it has other Narnians living there, and there would be no compromise except for crossing the war zone. So you have two options that would not be advisable at this time, and two options that come with caveats.
I hunt monsters. I don't fight in wars. Not built for it. Can't stomach it well.
I don't fancy crossing a war zone either, if we have another option.
You're basically the choice is cross a war zone or cross through enemy territory.
Likely have to fight either way, but I at least know that I'll be up against something I can handle.
Basically,
And-
you have a choice of going through Nazi Germany or going through the Battle of the Bulge.
Honestly, since you've all come this far and Cair Paravel is so far away, I would try this old god and leave Cair Paravel as the backup.
And if it went and kind of steps up, just takes a deep, long breath, should things not work out for some of us, I'll see you to get to your castle myself. I've killed Leshens before.
Taddy, 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 taddy.
Normally, I
Well-
would charge for this sort of thing, but I'm in an unknown land. To be rude to do things that
Well,
the way I'm accustomed.
we have plenty of food for thought. When everyone roll me perception check.
Okay.
I love having no perception. Okay. Fine,
24.
Emerald. Be an asshole.
Red Eye, you smell something familiar on the wind. And Geralt, your ears pick up something. It sounds like pause on Snow and Emerald. Your horn begins to vibrate as you hear on the door banging. The High Queen's secret police, open up!
Emerald
And
Looks over at the locals.
all the locals just gather, and they find, as we go to this map, as they all scatter, and there's a trap door here that they all go into. Follow us, friends.
Emerald's looking at
Yeah.
that. It's like, is there a ladder?
Shit.
I don't do
Yeah.
ladders very well.
Yeah, Emerald, you couldn't fit in there. And Red Eye would have one hell of a time trying it too.
Go.
Anyone? So it's the other way then.
We'll fend them off for you. Take your chances either way.
The best of luck.
Boom, boom, boom. As the banging. We know you're in there. We can smell ya. Come on out.
Fuck you, it's dinner time.
You have any idea what time it is?
Emerald's gonna go around the
Oh,
corner.
a little snippy, are ya?
Oh, you have no idea.
Whatever you're selling, we don't want it.
What system of government do you go by here? Secret police? Who shouts that they're secret police?
Well, you see.
Would your witch
The
appreciate
High Queen of Narnia's police, that's what.
Would your witch appreciate your lack of stealth on the party?
Well, we got you surrounded. Don't tell them that.
Wow, I feel I am just shaking in my boots.
And it's not even like this is an isolated incident. We can hear you howling all fucking night.
You're gonna tell us how many of you there are now?
Come on out.
Like, no. I don't want to. In all frankness, I don't really feel like you're good enough at your job to be able to stop me.
I think at this point, it would really be best for you if you just sort of went on your way.
Tell you what, you go away, tell them you found absolutely nothing, and I won't wear your skin as a coat.
I mean, does your queen appreciate incompetence?
They're threatening one of the Queen's officer.
I'm
They're
threatening one of
threatening a
the very...
Queen's officer. That's
I'm
grounds for execution on the spot.
How can
It's
there
like,
be
I
laws
thought I was-
against it if you're a secret?
Yeah, now you're an officer? My, you are very bad at your job. You should go back and tell your boss all about your failures.
Come on out, or we'll huff and we'll puff.
Oh, really? Oh my god.
Where'd that go?
I can see Anatar's eyes rolling from over here.
They are in the back of his skull, checking out his frontal cortex right now.
I think you're doing an awful lot of huffing and puffing right now.
I've got enough bluster for now. And I would like to use gust of wind to push the door open with force.
You're out here. All right.
Yep.
That's roll me just so we're. All right. What dexterity saves you have to roll?
They have to beat a 16. As
All
I'm just
right.
going to make just a column of wind just go.
They matched it on the die as they jump back, and you see. Hold on. The two really large wolves. No, but not like Red Eye big, as they jump back from the door. A human? Oh, no wonder you're refused.
Just cricks his neck and draws out, this time his steel sword.
Wait a minute, his eyes. That don't look normal, does it?
Oh, how astute of you. You're very good, secret police officer, so after all.
So does neither of them look like this?
Oh no! Put that away.
Hey,
Jesus.
hey, that's the High Inquisitor.
I hate
That
that
doesn't
picture.
belong here.
I hate that.
Ah!
I feel like the leader looks like that dog from the Neverending Story.
Oh, God.
Thing
I'm
this, it
glad-
looks like it's making the sound of that one old vine of that person in a Grinch costume doing a yoga class.
All right. You chose violence. Oh, I wanted to tear out a human's throat for so long. As roll initiative.
Alrighty.
All right, let's do some.
11.
Damn, Meadow. You want to kick their ass.
All right, where's the turn order?
This party's really good at shit talking people.
Anatar, you are at 14.
Gonna write off that spell slot. That gust of wind is still going, technically.
And Geralt, you're an 11. Emerald, you're a 21. Red Eye, you're a 19.
Oh shit, it's actually a strength saving throw. I forgot about that.
Well, they rolled a 16 on the die, so.
That they did.
And Meadow, 25. Alrighty. And now for the secret police's turn. 15 on the die. Let's see their stats. That's a 6. Alrighty, that should do it. There we go. Alright, Meadow, roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Before you do anything. You hear pacing and panting coming behind the windows of these doors. You're not sure how many there are, but you know that there are more than the ones at the door. So how do you want to do it? What do you want to do?
I am going to, where is it? I am going to do what has become kind of my thing. And, knock out one of the windows and cast Entangle right here.
Okay, as you walk up and you smash the windows right in front of you. Hold on, let's go to the GM layer. What am I? What happened? Nothing. You see another one right here as you cast Entangle.
Yeah.
All right, and that's a 20-foot square. I'll do that. So, where do you want the square?
Centered about right here.
About this. All right, that's roll a deck saving throw. No, a strength saving throw. They are pretty good at that. They match your DC. So does that mean aggressor wins?
I'm not sure.
For the other one, he fails. So one pass and one fail.
Okay.
Still difficult terrain.
You hear a yike as a wolf that you can't see is entangled up. Do you move over here?
Yeah.
Alrighty, that is your turn. Emerald, it's now your turn.
Okay. How do you do casting a spell and then attacking? Am I allowed to cast a spell and then attack if I have an extra attack?
I'm not sure about that. I think the answer is no, unless it's a bonus action spell.
Technically, the rules are no for that. The spell or your attacks are an action.
Unless it's like a bonus action spell, like a smite.
Okay.
Correct.
I was just wondering if you had different rules or not as a DM. Sometimes
No.
you do. Alright, so then, well...
Just remember, you'd have to roll a save entering into this wind column as well.
I would. And they would have to get here through the wind column, so I might as well just do this now.
It is going to cut their movement in half if they want to come through this door, no matter what.
Also, girl, by doing that, roll me a d12.
E12, oh boy. I've invited something upon myself.
Can I move into this square without having to?
Okay, Gorel, you notice with the gust of wind, some of the old dam starts, because this whole thing is part of the dam, starts to creak a bit. Some of the wind, some of the...
Good to note. Can I get a good grasp on, like, how rickety we're talking?
Like if you did like an R, like really focused on it, it might cause a little bit of a collapse.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, okay. That's my turn. It's conversation. We'll carry on. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just wondering, can I move into this square without being... Okay.
Yeah, that's not technically the area it starts. It's right here.
So she's gonna actually move up into the doorway and rear back, and she's like... Her horn is gonna glow, and she's gonna cast that.
Ooh.
Have fun with that, guys. Anybody in 30 feet of me gets that shit.
You hear? All right. Roll a d4 for me.
D4.
Their fur begins to sizzle as your aura radiates out. Yeah. Well, that's also good news for your girl, because they're net damage.
Yeah.
It's now Red Eye, your turn.
Alright, Red Eye is gonna move right here. And she's gonna start chanting under her breath, Ya Cthulhu Fatagan. And she is going...
Hey boss, that's a really big wolf they got in there.
And she's gonna cast Mind Sliver on the one that's directly in front of Geralt.
Ooh, yeah. They don't have good...
It didn't roll correctly. Let me see. Let me poke it again. There we go. Okay.
They fail. And they take 5 psychic damage as... That hurt! They're attacking my mind!
Yeah, like right now, Red Eye is just chanting the horrible Eldritch chant and staring at this wolf. Let's see, do I have anything I could do as a bonus action? I suppose I could give Bardic Inspiration.
A Bardic Inspiration.
Stop, cat.
Ow, cat. Alright, so... Let me double check how it works for my Bard subclass. I can inspire 2 creatures with Bardic Inspiration. Alright. So I'm gonna give it to Emerald and Geralt.
Yay.
Emerald and Geralt, you feel inspired.
Well, you know, you can bark and bite at the same time.
Sounds so good. And it's now the police's turn.
Fuck the police.
Woof, woof. That's the sound of the police.
Woof, woof. This is the sound of the police. Woof, woof. The sound of the police.
Hey, don't do Stuart Copeland dirty like that.
Alrighty. One of them's gonna roll a strength saving throw. Not 20, they pass. As it escapes out of the bramble and starts clawing at. Alright, you hear clawing at the door as. I'm gonna roll damage. You hear breaking coming in from here and here as this one is going to climb in through the window and jump through facing Red Eye as the window is going to break as another wolf comes in, breaks through the window to flank Meadow. And since these are wolves, they have a nasty little ability. Alrighty. +4. 6 hit. Does an 18 hit you, Meadow?
Lydia's still BRB'd.
Ah.
You could probably look at her sheet and check her AC, though.
Sorry, Lydia. Yeah, it matches, so aggressor wins, and that's a D. That is a 2d6. And that is 6. Now, that's 9 points of damage as one of the wolves bites into Meadow. And she has to make a DC 14 strength saving throw. Ready? Sorry to do this for you, Meadow. Yeah, and she passes. As one of the wolves bites her, and she just shrugs it off as the other one goes in. That's a 16, so that one misses. As these two try to brave a gust of wind and get to Geralt. And they're also going to attack. Does a 22 hit you?
It sure does.
Alrighty, so you take another 9 points of damage as one of the wolves bite you, and I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, then. Let's do it. Strength save. Soft
So
one.
you pass as the wolf bites you, but you kick it off as the other one tries to go in for a bite. But since it's attacking you, and you've already been attacked, I think your multi-attack defense prop.
Yep, my AC goes up to 20.
But I think a 21 will still beat it.
Yeah, it would.
They have a +6 and they rolled 15 on the die, so
It's all good.
that's another 2d6. That's 10 points of damage as one of the wolves bites into you.
And okay, noted.
All right.
Oh, I need to roll concentration, don't I?
Yeah,
Hold on.
you've been hit twice.
It failed on the
both times.
first one, so
All right,
that wind
and-
is gone.
Not so tough, are you?
How do you know this isn't just bait?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. I'm shit at that, so we'll say. Yeah, that's a 3.
God. Funny, cat eye, funny.
Yeah.
Anatar, it's now your turn.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
full of jokes.
TT?
I'm thinking. You know, that's a fun thing of spellcasters is you got a whole bunch of
You
shit.
got options.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like you can look at your spell options the entire turn or round of combat and still not get any closer.
Which one's the leader wolf?
This one was the one that was speaking the most.
Alright, cool.
You're not sure if it was a leader or just the schmuck they sent up to go do all the talk.
Dominate.
Oh, and I have to roll a.
Yeah, I'll give you the spell.
Which one is it? Just out of curiosity, is that the one that I cast my spell on, or is it the other one?
You cast it on this one,
Okay,
but
so,
the one that was talking is this one.
okay, just double checking.
So yeah, will save again of a DC of 17.
That's a humanoid though, so it's not
yeah.
a humanoid sound
Oh
wise.
shit! Fuck.
Yeah, that would be dominate creature, so that won't work. Sorry, TT.
Curses. That's alright. That's me being level 10.
I know it is kind of murky with talking animals in Narnia, but
Yeah.
technically these
No,
are a creature.
it's fine. I'm not gonna push against that. Alright, then I'm gonna do Hellish Rebuke on that one instead.
That's only a reaction. They have to hit you
shit.
first.
God damn it.
If they hit you, then you can do it.
Yep.
Alright, fuck it. Wall of Fire.
Okay. There's gonna be some consequences here for this. Roll your damage on wall your fire.
Okay. I'm making it right through the wolves, by the way.
I figured.
It's right in front of me then.
Oh, I get to...
Excellent.
There's gonna be some consequences for this one though.
Hey, I'm not in
I'm-
harm's way.
I'm the Dark Lord Sauron.
Girl, roll me a deck save.
Oh, goody.
It's not the
Actually,
real-
if he's on the
it's
right
not
side...
that-
I didn't
No,
mean to
It's not
poke
that,
that.
it's collateral. Oh, good. 21.
Girl,
Here
you
is the
jump out of
damage
the-
for this.
26.
Okay, back.
Lydia, you are attacked for 9 points of damage.
From who?
The two wolves beside you.
Ah.
As that one fails, that one also fails. They take the full 26 points of damage as there is a cacophonous crack as the entire dam, all the snow melts, all the wood holding it combusts into cinder, as the river holding it back over here. Where's Pink? Is gone as the wolves are caught in the wall of fire, and then the fucking tidal wave that happens as the dam fell. And they'll take an additional.
What would that be, like the tsunami spell?
They take an additional 40 points of damage
God.
as both these wolves. Hold on. Are taken away in the tidal wave on fire, and they're dead.
Yeah, no fucking shit.
Fuck the police.
Well, at least they'll die knowing that they couldn't even keep it secret that they were secret police.
I hope no one had any sentimental value with this place.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
sure
this is
they'll
now
understand.
just a raging river in front of you now.
Well, that cuts off one way of going. No
I
going
hope the
back.
trapdoor leads to somewhere above water.
Yeah. Well, that tell you solves that problem. Turns around and looks and sees there are 2 wolves inside of the house. Oh, god damn it.
The wolves are inside the house!
The wolves are coming from inside the house.
Alright, and I think it's now Geralt's turn.
Yay. All right, well. My plans are completely and totally not needed anymore. I have to fix some things.
Wall of fire.
Looks over at Anatar, just little nod in a good job sort of way, and
Wall of fire.
like, good job. That's what I was going to do. Just, without the fire, more of a wind thing. All right.
Probably would have been a bit smarter with wind, to be honest.
We'll
When all
be
you have is a hammer.
We'll be okay. I'm just checking something here. Ah, good. Okay. First things first, bonus action. Shifting as I just pull out a little potion bottle, uncork it, and take a quick swig. My eyes go dark, several veins appear, and I gain hit points equal con mod plus my level, so I get... My con mod is 1 plus... So I get 11 temporary hit points. And then... Can't quite make it to them yet.
If you wanted to hold the rest of your action, I can ferry you over there.
Well, I've already used my bonus action, so holding action's a little iffy there. Actually, no. I'm gonna follow in your wake. The one closest to me is getting produce flamed, if that hits.
That hits!
Excellent. Not much, but hey, still. Just makes a quick little hand gesture and a little burst of flame singes him on the butt.
It does that dog yike when the dog thing when something hits their butt and they don't like it and they leap butt first into the air. It turns at you and growls, and it's back up the turn order to
No, I believe.
Meadow. Meadow, it's your turn. 2 bad dogs bit you.
Please don't make dog jokes.
The thing you posted up above bit you.
Actually, yeah, I will.
Meadow cracks her knuckles and takes a swing at each of them.
Wow.
Both those hit. You hear a crunch as though their little nose thing is bashed aside each of them as both of them go careening to the ground, blood spurting from their nose as they get back up. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Emerald, now your turn.
They're so bad at this, I almost feel bad for them.
She's gonna follow Geralt over there.
They're not used to much resistance.
Yeah, right there. Just gonna get to right here. Let's see. It's not much you can do for damage spells unless... Yeah, actually. You could do that. Yeah, fuck it.
Where do you want to cast this on?
Let's see, it's a 5 foot, so let me see here.
So both of them.
Yeah, I can cast it right here and get both of them. When they
Roll
start
anything?
when they start their turn, they're going to take that damage. It's like, let me see. Let me see. Let me poke the spell. There we go. It should have popped that up, but I don't know why it didn't.
Interesting that it now adds in a show spell description option. I guess people wanted that patched up a bit. It's a con save.
Hmm.
All right.
And she had to drop her Crusader's mantle for that, but she's more interested in making sure they die before they.
Oh shit, that's right. I should have added that D4 to that attack. No worries.
I don't think. They rolled a 15, but that won't pass, so they're gonna take it.
Okay, they'll take it on the start of their next turns. That damage, yeah, 9 damage. Not the best roll for that, but still.
All right, it's now Red Eye's turn.
Okay. Red Eye is going to. Let me see where I come. Red Eye is going to move right here. She is going to.
Also, apologize for using wolves, but that's Narnia's fault, not mine.
It's Narnia canon, yeah.
I have to deal with what I've given.
Okay. I'm going to cast. Let me just double check that I'm not catching Meadow. Let's see if I put it there. Rat. Okay, I'm not gonna cast that then. I'm just gonna cast. Eldritch Blast is a good option. And we are currently level 10, right?
Yep. So I think that's 2 beams.
Yeah, it's still 2 beams.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 2 beams each cast, so.
I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast, and I'm going to try to hit both of them with it.
Alrighty.
So that's aimed at the first wolf.
That hits, definitely.
And that probably does not.
I need to roll severity on that one.
Oh boy.
This is my D10. That's an 85.
Oh no. Well,
That's
the dam's already burst.
Well, I'm going to actually roll something else. Red Eye.
Mm-hmm.
As you cast that, there was a bit of backlash from the cast as an image of a golden city fills your mind. And a man in yellow and a mask glaring at you as you take 2d6. As you take 2 psychic damage.
Alright. Ow.
Aw, that's like almost a migraine.
Well, at least you didn't hit. At least you didn't hit one of your companions.
And then I would have had a migraine.
That's your turn, Red Eye.
Do I still get my bonus action?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to summon my Tentacle of the Deep right next to Meadow, and I'm going to slap this wolf here with it.
All right, roll that beautiful beam footage. That hits.
Smacked by it. Just I imagine it has just that icky hand thing you get out of a gumball machine
I'm
sound.
just imagining fucking that wolf thing Lydia posted above, but now it wrapped in a tentacle.
Why would you
It
imagine
probably
that?
still make. Although to be fair, it's probably making the exact same face.
I'm only kind of into this. I'm discovering things about myself.
Oh my god. Terrible.
All right, it is now these boys' turn. You hear a breaking sound as boop, boop. 2 more wolves break in.
Oh, good.
Okay, there's. Couldn't see that one.
That one looks very cozy there on the bed.
There we go. As this one is going to go for red eye, but then stops. Does not like the fact that you are the bigger wolf in the room.
You made me feel all emasculated.
And go for Geralt.
That's fine. I mean, Wolf was a nickname, but, you know. I'm appropriating their culture. That's fair.
20.
20 hits this round.
That's a 9.
9 once again. Good to know.
Does a 14 hit you?
It does
You Meadow?
not.
Does a 14 hit you, Meadow?
No.
That was a 2 into a 3. That won't hit you as. Stop. Anatar, it goes for you. Does a 19 hit you?
Fairly certain it does. Let me just check. Yes.
That's 10 points of damage, as now you can do Hellish Rebuke.
And I'm going to.
Ooh. So you have to roll a dex save against your spell save DC, which is I think is like a 17, so this is not going to pass. Oh.
Fuck. Haha. One of the D&D staples. Ow, bitch. Hellish Rebuke.
It fails and it bites you, and you just glare at it, and
Burst into fucking flames. Fuck you, wolf.
Instantly
Also-
just immolates.
the moonbeam procs as this guy. Does Meadow also have to roll a save since he's in the moonbeam?
She's technically in the moonbeam, but I'm not sure if I have to specify friendly creatures or not. It doesn't actually.
It doesn't say anything, so that tends to mean that, yeah, you will have to.
All right, roll me a Constitution saving throw, Lydia.
The circle of friendly fire.
The circle. Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
pass the flying color,
You're good.
Dun, 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 dun.
and so you only take 4 damage. All right, it's actually Anatar's turn now.
Oh, good. Okay. How many wolves remain? Let's see. That's 1, 2.
Dude,
Just
looks
a few.
like
And one of them's really considering their options now.
I grab the carcass of the wolf I killed, and I drag it along with me, and I say, I would like those of you remaining to consider something. How does your witch queen reward failure? You know how we're going to reward your failure now. So think of how your queen will reward your failure. Victory is no longer an option for you. Perhaps it would be best for you to go home with your tails between your legs and tell her you saw nothing.
Roll a persuasion check.
Awesome. That's one of my best skills.
Roll a All right, I'm gonna roll for them. If you can tell by their eyes, they're fucking shattered. So on their next turn, unless you guys want to finish them, that's your prerogative. So it's Geralt, your turn.
All right.
The wolf in front of you that bit you is now like backing off and trying to look for an exit.
I'm gonna roll something to see what he decides here. These are clearly thinking creatures. They're feeling fear. And that is always a very thorny thing in his line of work. I'm gonna roll this one on my own just to determine exactly what angle he's gonna take here. Okay. It kind of shakes off the bite wounds that he can feel through his armor. My friend here's got a silver tongue, but you and I both know monarchs don't take kindly to failure. They'll know you're coming back in reduced numbers. They'll most likely figure everything out, and you'll likely be stoned in the courtyard. My companions and I are making our way to the realm of the old wood god. And I just happen to know exactly what this wood god is, and I know that he has a fondness for wolves. Well, consider your options very, very carefully.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
Oh boy, I have bardic inspiration still. 7. Okay, what's the bardic inspiration for your level, Red Eye?
D6.
All right, here we go. I want this to work. Oh, good. 13 total.
But between Antar's persuasion and yours, you get a feeling by the eyes. He's not heading back to the witch's capital. This was like the boonies fucking deployment. They weren't told to sign up for this shit.
Yep.
Unless you guys want to continue, combat's over as they're looking at the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I have no intention of shedding the blood of someone capable of pleading for me not to.
Moonbeam turns off. She does come up
And
this way, though.
and unless you, these two are going to skedaddle.
Remember my words, he's just going to call out before they leave. Basically just really trying to sink in the whole, hey, that Leshen over there actually employs wolves pretty regularly.
He's a good employer.
For wolves and ravens specifically, he's a great employer. Everyone all right?
I'm fine. I think Meadow got hit a few times.
Yeah. How much did you take, Meadow, by the way?
9.
9.
Okay, you get that back.
And the 4 from the moonbeam.
I know some of us have problems with dogs, but I'm sorry, that's just Narnia.
Yeah, you get all that 8. You get all the hit points that you took back.
I am at 90 out of 109. I wound up taking the most damage that fight. But I'm good.
Trots over to you. How many hit points exactly?
I have lost. Okay, looking at my sheet again. I have to do math now. Great. 19 hit points.
Yeah, you get all that back.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay.
Antar also took damage.
No, just 10 measly hit points. Nothing to cry
Yeah,
about.
given how low your hit points are.
You get it back.
Yeah. Yay!
The opposite of what Sauron wants.
Life! Yay!
Again, she looks at you like she's saying, fuck you, in particular.
As you begin to notice the fire's beginning to spread from the all fire, and the fact that the rushing river is now taking more and more chunks of this, it's probably best you guys get out of there.
We might want to get the people who are hiding in the basement.
I undo the wall of fire. Just so you know.
Emerald, you know this. If this is the beaver dam, you know it is. There's an escape tunnel that leads out.
It's not actually a basement, and it's an escape tunnel.
Alright. I guess we can get out of here then.
All right. Hoi.
I'm gonna
And,
dismiss my tentacle.
and as you get out of Dodge, you leave the burning beaver dam behind as the rushing river takes more and more chunks of the old place with it downriver. And you progress into the mist. Before we continue on, how much longer can everyone go?
Good for like another hour at
Yeah.
max, I think.
Because I have a dungeon coming up, so
Fine with as long as everybody else is, honestly.
I should be good until I have to go get Nora at least, which is an hour from now.
all right. We might not be able to get the boss to this time, but we might be able to get a huge chunk of this done then.
Works for me.
All right, as you're all progressing, you've roll me a survival or perception check.
Yeah. 16. At 20 on the other side, though.
As you're going through the mist and the snow, you stumble across something peculiar.
Oh, great.
You find what looks like dilapidated ruin that look. It looks like a piece of like a mansion's room ripped out of it and placed in the middle of the woods.
Oh, this is some weird shit.
It's like.
Do you
Looks a
investigate?
little opulent for a place like this. Yeah, sure, why not? I've got no reason not to.
Might as well.
Is that an investigation check?
Yes.
All right.
Anatar, you in particular, this kind of like furnishings and type of room, you feel it familiar, but in a I've seen this through the eyes of another person sort of familiar.
Something Arana would know.
Yes. That's basically the vibe you're getting. Whereas Emerald, it looks like a mansion was being moved in the sky and like a room fell out from above. As you see, sitting in a chair, clutching a tome, what looks like a corpse with wild hair sitting there, clutching the tome.
Not the first time I found myself in this scenario.
I think it's someone from Arana's world.
I don't like this at all.
The hair on the back of Red Eye's neck is just standing up right now. Her fur is just all frazzled.
Uh-huh. Do you investigate further?
Emerald's reluctant to touch anything in that room. Like, she's on the outskirts of it where it's been plopped down, and she's looking into it like, I don't trust that shit.
Meadow, you just walk in. It's like, hey, this is a pretty nice room. Oh, hey, a corpse.
You know, like you do.
As
Red
one
Eye.
does.
The tome the man is holding is interesting to you, though not quite sure why.
Can she read a title or anything on the outside of it, or
It's written in a language you do not know. because you know Westron, not English.
Hmm.
Out of character, I know exactly what the fuck this shit is. It's like,
Red Eye is not okay with this. uh,
But since Meadow went in there, Emerald is going to gingerly step into the room as not to leave her in there in case something happens by herself.
Hand on sword hilt, slowly advancing in.
So, Emerald, you mentioned that you could cause evil things to burst into flames.
If they're evil enough, yes.
Why don't you go tap that with your horn and see what happens?
Right. She goes and touches it with her horn. Like,
Okay, as you do that, the book falls from the corpse's hands as mist rushes over all of you. Your vision blurs, and then after what feels like long minutes, but is actually moments, clears. As before you, you're no longer in a bedroom. You're at the foot of a grand mansion, in the middle of a wood you do not recognize. All of you, place yourselves up here near the top.
Yay.
Adjust your zoom as accordingly.
What the fuck?
Oh, good. One of these again.
Yeah, you're getting Von Everett mansion vibes.
Yeah, I figured I would be. Just keep an eye out for any crazy grave diggers with no faces.
If I
Also-
see anything that looks even remotely threatening, I'll tell you.
Good. Last time I was in a place like this, I barely made it out alive.
As you advance to the steps, you hear solvent. As you see a figure moving in the windows. But roll me a perception check.
boy.
Oh,
Okay, perception.
Geralt, Anatar, and Emerald. I have to wait on Meadow.
What was it?
Perception. Yeah, Emerald. I mean, actually, you all pass. It seems like it's the same person in two places at once.
Oh, restless spirit shenanigans, of course.
Solvent. Ooh. New solvent from other planes. Come to grace myself. Hear words. Do you venture forth?
I'm gonna guess that this is one of those situations where we're not leaving this place until we go
If you-
through that.
We're here against our will. The only thing we can do is go forward. It's not my first time, and it very clearly won't be the last. And gonna take a step.
I am going to cast a spell.
Oh, which one cast?
I'm going to cast Summon Undead.
Ooh, what you summoning?
I'm going to summon a ghostly spirit.
What stats you using for that?
It's on the spell. Let me send it to you.
All right.
Oh, it's one of the new Tasha's spells.
Don't worry, this place has Tasha.
Because the undead spirit comes in 3 forms. I'm specifically summoning the ghostly one.
Summoning the spook.
Apologies about that. I know that summon spells can be inconvenient for the DM sometimes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it on my. No, kitty.
Two very relatable words. No kitty.
Uh-huh.
Wikidot's not loading for me.
Hold on. I can send you a screen cap real quick.
Here we go. Alrighty. I'm just gonna poof down this one to represent your ghost.
Alrighty.
Randolph Carter, you bastard! You killed me! As what looks like a grave digger appears before you in a ghostly form.
They have a face.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Look, that boss fight shook me, okay?
So, what do you want to do with your ghostly spirit? Red eye?
I'm gonna have my spirit move ahead of me. Like, it can pass through objects, but I don't know if there's any objects in the way. If not, I'm just gonna have it like.
It tries to move forward through the wall, but it stops. As you begin to realize the walls here technically aren't physical. It's more like it's weird. Roll me an Arcana check.
All right.
It's almost like, in some ways, this is physical, but in other ways, it's also arcane. Like this whole place might not technically belong here. And as you get closer, you see magical residue all over the floor. As it tries to stagger move forward, it manages to actually do so as it moves ahead. But there is resistance there, is what you're saying. And I'm going to reveal.
Why am I being censored?
Wait, what do you mean you're being censored?
On my
There's
screen.
there's a black bar over her face.
Oh, I did not notice that.
It's like,
Naughty, naughty unicorn.
bad unicorn.
It's for Sauron's benefit,
Unicorn's gone wild.
on account of his horse phobia.
As you see, what looks like a pretty prestigious entry area with like a little like second floor awning. As you see a ghostly figure appear here. The figure has wild hair and it seems to be in multiple places at once. Who looks at you and with a manic smile gives a shit-eating grin. Oh, you'll do indeed. As it vanishes.
Let's see if I've got any specter oil.
Red Eye is just gonna growl. Like, an angry growl.
Do you step into the Bad Touch Mansion?
No choice at this point.
Yeah, that sounds like a great fucking time. Let's go to the Bad Touch Mansion.
The House of Bad Touch.
I know what I'm gonna sense with this, but I'm gonna pop it anyway, just so you know that this is going off.
It's not undead, is what you're feeling. It's you're detecting. Actually are detecting. You're not sure what you're detecting, but it's arcane, but like arcane from multiple different places at once. Like you're feeling a bit of Geralt arcane, like his signature in whatever this is.
Well, it's mostly to see if it. I'm guessing it's evil that I'm registering.
You are detecting evil, but like not like not like if the full dark form of Sauron is right in front of you evil, but more of a madness sort of evil. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it's
Like
evil.
a Republican voter rather than a senator.
Yes. It's evil enough where it registers as evil.
Was that apply to Sauron though is the question.
Oh yeah, he registers as evil.
Anatar pings you, but I think you already did that last session.
Yeah, I know everybody here is just a little bit, you know,
I mean,
touched by
Anatar's
something.
kind of a lot. He's a lot of bit evil.
Well, but the thing is, it's also you, the One Ring, but you also have a priest of Cthulhu right next to you.
You're all pinging, but you're all doing nice things, so it's like...
Hey, I don't see any reason why Meadow should be pinging as evil.
I mean, Red Eye.
I know, I'm just like, she says everyone's pinging, I was just clarifying.
Yeah.
Meadow shouldn't be pinging.
You're all pinging
It's
as
morally
something.
complicated.
I didn't say she was pinging as evil. She's pinging as powerful
fair.
good.
I'm just morally complicated.
I have a complicated history with unicorns.
You're just pinging. I don't know what it is, but you're pinging.
Bullshit. I'm pinging
Anyways,
bullshit.
as you're progressing, you notice that this whole area over here seems to be collapsed in, and you probably won't be able to get through. But there seems to be more of a untouched path over here if you guys want to move forward.
Looks like we have one place to go.
So you guys have full control of your tokens. Have fun exploring away.
Alright.
I'm getting tired of lazy, creepy weirdos.
Before she steps on this rug, she's gonna roll a perception or something to see if she's like notices any hinky shit that she might be stepping in.
I'm gonna send my ghost ahead. I can't actually control the token for the ghost, but
I would also like to roll perception to check over in the area I'm standing in. Just to
As
look
the
around.
ghost goes ahead, all right, let's see. It's a tat. Sorry.
I think I'll pop guidance on myself just to make that a better roll.
All right, what's his AC plus the level? What level did you cast it at, Haridi?
I cast it at 3rd level because that's the highest level I actually can.
All right, so you have a 14 AC. Good to know. As your ghost goes forward, a crystal emerges out of the ground and fires a spell at your spirit. Dealing... Hold on, where's my D12? Dealing 14 points of damage.
Alright.
As your spirit takes the brunt of what looked like a crystalline spear being shoved through it. Oh, Trixie with a new guess, I see. Don't worry, you'll be in my collection soon enough.
So
I'm
So
gonna
is
have
anyone
to.
else hearing that?
Yes, and I'm gonna have to bite someone if it doesn't stop.
Oh, yeah, you guys can't go up here. That's the awning unless you want to fly up.
Yeah, it's like the balcony from Resident Evil 4 where Salazar
Yes,
gloats at you from.
yes, that's exactly what. You can try to climb up or fly up, but you can't just walk up. It all depends on if you want to split the party or not.
We don't.
Nah.
This is a monster of the week. That's not kosher.
Well, I usually wind up being the one in the front taking the hits anyway. I'd like to roll perception myself, see if there's
All right.
anything particularly
Roll.
ahead. I would have
Roll.
heard that crystal spear thing, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Soft 20.
All right, as you move ahead, you see. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to reveal the area, damn it. A whole library as you all advance in. Move your tokens. Meadow and Anatar, you want me to move your tokens
Coming,
for
I'm
you?
coming.
Where is it?
Over here on the other side of the screen.
Is there anything I need to roll specifically to check around for traps or magical defenses?
Roll investigation.
All right. I already used that bardic inspiration, so
Investigation. Alright.
Emerald. There's magical residue all over the place, but in particular, you find yourself to be in some sort of study or library. That seems to be like a guest-like little study that's been just filled to the brim with like weird book after weird book.
Okay.
Emerald, you find. You find this. If somebody wants to read it.
why not? I have lots of Geralt has like thousands of random notes inside of his pack. All right.
If someone wants to read out loud for the audience.
I got it.
Finally found it. After years of searching, I finally found it. An authentic original copy of the Dursney Codex, mentioned in the Necronomicon, but thought to be legend. The secrets of other worlds, of magic itself, are mine.
Oh, that sounds like a delightfully sane person's
I don't want to do
writings.
that. I accidentally archived that. I meant to show it. And the third. I spelled it journal. Ha! I was tired last night.
That's alright.
It's a urinal.
GT, if you want to continue.
The Dunsany Codex has proven itself to me, and already in conjunction with my rings and research have gained access to worlds I dared not have dreamed of previously. Though I witnessed the dead world Charn and the birth of the world Narnia, the things I beheld in my repeated ventures, the sights, the wonders, every new world, something unique, strange and wondrous. Yet a bitter truth remains. My old body is being worn ragged from my excursions. My advanced age has blessed me with wisdom most men don't dare comprehend. Yet time marches on without me. I will never live to see the full scope of the wonders I have beheld.
Oh, well, I know where this is going.
Going to try to artificially expand his lifespan, isn't he?
Would Red Eye have heard of the codex that's being talked about?
The Dunsany Codex in the Necronomicon is mentioned. It's basically a codex on how to build how to build a world, or how to build or access other worlds.
Yeah, first you gotta get...
It's basically like a theoretical blueprint for how to access or potentially create your own world.
Yeah, you gotta get the time and space altar, capture Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, and, submit them to your will with, like, some red strings or whatever the fuck. And, it's easy peasy after that.
And as you're finding these are like pieces of notes torn out of a journal. As you're investigating, you also find a bunch of weird books, like Geralt. You in particular find a book by a Professor Shakeslaw.
I remember that name.
Occult Entities of Velen.
Oh, good. This person's been where I'm from.
And Anatar, you're finding books from where you're from as well.
Middle Earth?
Yep. Including a book you published. That same fucking self-help book Arena bought one time. But you can't buff your charisma further, damn it.
I don't need to. I'm fabulous.
Precisely. I'm just saying out of character, it's not exactly that stat book.
Mm-hmm.
But Emerald, roll me a history check with advantage, and Meadow, you can also roll this history check too.
Okay.
So Meadow and Emerald can roll this. It's vague. It's vague, but you recall mention of a magician at the start of Narnia's history.
A furious magician?
A very curious magician.
It's one of the most dangerous kinds.
I'm a magician, Spencer, a curious magician.
But also, you're finding books that you also don't recognize.
Whoever this man is, he's been a lot of places. Says he mentioned something about the birth of Narnia itself.
I suspect we're dealing with someone who's been messing with some very dangerous ideas and magics.
I fear that we might be getting to a sort of no reading is good reading moral, and I'm not sure I approve of that.
Oh, I could get the fucking stats for the glob 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 from that fucking animated thing. The stats for that exist.
Yeah, well. I am the globgy lob blab.
I am the yeast of brains.
I am the yeast of thought and mind. Oh, Christians.
Find anything else in here?
Not in this room, although you're seeing like arcane like sigils and like spell cards and like stuff trying to do other forms of magic.
Textbook Mad Wizard's Lair. Well, at least this one's not covered in explosive piles of cheese. So that's already a step up.
You've
And
led
what-
an interesting life.
And one book you find, Meadow, is what's that Elder Scrolls book? The Lusty Argonian Maid.
Ah, first edition.
Careful, it might be a trap. A thirst trap.
She slips it into her.
She slips it into her pocket.
The Lusty Do you advance further?
Might as well.
As you progress,
Stay close.
you go up a pair of stairs and
Mad Wizard's Lair to the max.
as the magical residue, as you're walking further, it's more and more apparent. And
How
last
crazy
night,
is the wolf head going?
it's vibrating like bzzz.
That's
It's like
not gonna
it's like a buzzer on your chest right now.
You know, I like books, but this place is making me reconsider.
The knowledge in the books isn't the books, folks.
Anatar's trying to investigate, but he's also trying to multitask, reading his old writing and cringing, and it's not going well.
Ugh.
Oh, God.
Yeah, what a pompous ass.
Was I really this bad?
All right, so we investigate the room.
If you want, yes.
Sure.
I'm gonna
Why
go
not?
ahead and make sure my ghost is still with me.
Well, not much to speak of.
Nope.
Because I have
don't
not
see
dropped
him.
concentration on that one.
There's so much knowledge here in these books, and it's being used for this.
Emerald, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Yay. You still should have bardic inspiration.
Yeah, that's not gonna help. I think.
Probably not. No.
Oof. All right. A spectral figure of a man comes out of the fucking woodwork and fires a blue spell from its fingers at Emerald, dealing 10 points of force damage as the figure dissipates afterwards.
You okay? I was too quick
Red
to
Eye is
react,
gonna
though.
run up to where the figure was at and bark angrily.
Okay, so she takes that damage, and you can see her take that damage, but then her horn glows, and dumping the rest of my lay on hands, I only take 2. Well, I'm not going to be healing anybody after that. Be
Good
a
to
little bit
note.
more cautious.
Good to note. Well, the fact that they're not attacking us constantly means they might be something they want us to see, or we're dealing with one hell of a case of hubris. They're toying with us, most likely.
You hear her chuckle. Like, Tom appreciates my work.
Oh, yeah.
I have a spot just for you.
Ah, yes. The hubris. Should have known.
All right, you have this door over here, this door over here, and over here.
Where should we go from this point? There's a lot of options.
Yes, and all of them seem to contain some manner of danger. Looks over, red eye. It's like, I think your ghost is probably the best chance we have of getting a good scope on things.
I'll send it up these stairs. These are stairs, yes?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna send my ghost up the stairs.
Randolph, you bastard!
Ooh.
Who's this Randolph person?
I
And
have
what did he
no
do?
idea.
Seems to have angered some sort of goat man.
Whoever he was, he seems to have been a bastard, and that's all we know.
Can you see through your ghost, Red Eye?
Let me read the spell description.
I don't believe you can, going by memory. I think it just is a battle buddy.
I can see and then report back what it sees, I think.
Yeah. It obeys my commands, but I can't literally see through it.
That was mostly just a check and see if something attacks it thing.
Yeah, it went up there, came back, nothing happened.
And we know that way, at the very least, doesn't have an immediate indiscriminate trap.
Discriminate traps are my favorite kind.
Come on. We know the most about this right now. We can check the others. Hugging the wall, making my way in.
I'm gonna follow Geralt.
As you see,
A laboratory, then. No megascopes. Guess they don't need those, right?
actually, Geralt, you do see a megascope.
It's like, oh, they really are well informed.
Like, you see multiple different, like, magic instruments, and all of them looking like they don't belong together at all.
He either do everything he was doing or absolutely nothing at all.
Roll an Arcana check with advantage. You would know this from both Tress and Yennefer.
Can it with advantage. 23.
23. It feels like that he is trying to do a monkey see, monkey do, but across multiple different worlds and different types of world magic.
It appears
He's
here
just-
we have what's called a
He's just
master of none.
haphazardly mashing up different universes? That can't end well.
Or he's trying to figure out how the magic works in each universe so he could replicate it.
He'd have a very hard time where I'm from. Getting magical abilities typically requires rather invasive methods.
And likewise, something that concerns you, Geralt, is
Yeah.
the cages in the room.
Mm-hmm. Cages, huh? What can I see from where I'm standing of those? Or
This
here.
one looks like it was broken out of, but you
Oh,
can't see what's in here. This one, and right beside the cage, there's like tossed furniture and like an old chest near it.
Stay cautious. I'm going to check that out. Advance closer, and I'm just going to look around and look for any signs using my Witcher training. Or what?
Roll a survival check.
All right. Survival to see what this is. 20.
Something with claws broke out of it, although you don't see any tracks of where it went.
Okay, so claws. Did the claws actually like clean cut through the bars, or were there's like signs of brute force accompanying it?
There is some brute force in claws, like the couch was torn up.
Yep. So big claws and some muscle to back them up. Okay, are there any like organic traces of anything in the cage itself?
A little bit of blood and like pieces of meat, which you figure was probably used to be its meal.
Say, does the meat and blood look pretty old or pretty recent?
Old and foul.
This happened a long time ago then.
At least a few months, maybe longer.
Okay, all right. That's enlightening. Step over and check the other one, being careful not to touch any of the magical instruments.
And
And
in
the
the
other cage?
cage, you see something you recognize.
Oh dear.
It's a dead elf with Socatil markings on them. They've been
Scoia'tael?
there.
Oh boy.
Socatil, yeah.
Yeah.
They've been there for quite a while.
Body's basically mummified.
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't deserve that.
Roll me a investigation check on the body.
Okay. Okay. 23. Good. I'm rolling good at what I'm supposed to be good
They
at.
were in. The wrists have like markings, like as if they were restrained, and they have incisions all over their body.
Oof, like fine scalpel-like incisions. Fucking monster, this one. Just kind of mutters something in what little Elvish he knows and makes his way back over to the others. Dead elf in that cage. One from my world. Not a pleasant way they went.
In my world, wizards are not like this. Is this normal in your world?
They're good ones, sure, but I've met more than a few who are like this. I remember one in particular who was interested in my kind. Turned one of us into... just barbaric. Either way, that one's dead. Lots of incisions, fine cuts all over the body. They were restrained, likely strapped to a table or something while doing so. The other one, whatever was in there, is long gone, but it was big and strong enough to break through the bars itself. No
Do
sign of where it went, though.
you investigate the rest of the room?
I absolutely will.
All right,
See-
everybody, including Lydia. Lydia?
I'm here.
That 8. Yeah, that rattled him a little bit.
Everybody roll me investigation.
No.
Wow.
I misclicked accidentally. Yeah, investigation.
All right, Anatar and Red Eye.
Mhm.
You find more of these wonderful journals. If you would like to read them.
Fool! If I have access to infinite worlds, each with their own laws and conditions and rules of the natural order, then, like beloved Jadis, I can simply seek out a spell that makes me immortal. I'm a magician after all, not bound by any rules or petty limit or life or humanity. I shall transcend my humanity and become a true sorcerer. I have access to infinite worlds at my fingertips. Surely immortality should be much simpler task to partake. I shall wander the infinite worlds forever until, perhaps, my knowledge will lead me to God himself. Nay, perhaps I, Andrew Ketterley, master magician, am destined to become not a god, but the god. A wondrous thought indeed.
And, well... And
In
this
my
one's a bit-
quest,
this one's a
In
bit
my
long?
quest, I've narrowed down several potential suitors to my ends. The gods of Pagana, mentioned by the Dunsbury Codex, they hold no appeal for my beliefs, yet they do hold inspiration for what I may become if I accomplish my goals. So, using the Codex as reference point, I began scouting for others. In one tome, I had heard a tale of a master of mirrors, an entity who prescribes deals to those who are willing to pay a blood price. But the cost is almost always the soul of the user. Well, I feel I could logically outwit such a ruffian. I have nothing to offer up as a blood price. My nephew, perhaps, but he has long since been estranged him from me. This brought me to the many horrid entities described by Abdul Ashared, the writer of the horrendous Necronomicon. Dare I wish to garner the affection of such a supposedly almighty entities? There are several who grant boons for their magicians, yet dare I contract such a patron who I am beholden to, like some warlock in the Middle Ages drawing power from Satan? Yet, one term appeared in an obscure tome I had found. Do as thou wilt. I was taken aback. I recall that being the rallying cry of some mad follower of that crone Blavatsky. Yet the more I pondered, the more it rang to me, and the more I consumed. 5 angels who appeared to grant a potentially infinite power as to someone whose ambition and destinies they deem benefiting of their grace. Dare I say, I am the perfect candidate. My ambition is limitless. My destiny as a magician is abundantly clear. I am a master of worlds itself. I just only need to find a way to summon them, which is the tricky part. I am pursuing more achievable alternatives, but it is becoming abundantly clear I cannot achieve my goals as a mere human.
And finally...
I was accosted by a horrendous fiend today. The woods between worlds I thought safe, but to my horror, out of the mists came what I only can perceive as Death himself. The air grew cold as a great skeleton, clad in a crown and armor, rode forth upon an accursed steed, eyes glowing fire with cold flame. It left me a warning that shook me. Cease your quest, lest you become inhuman. Cease my quest. Such an outlandish notion. Only now I realize it was Death itself, terrified of me. Death itself quivers at me, for it knows I am on the verge of becoming far, far more. Soon, Jadis, soon I shall be a sorcerer worthy of your grace. Not even death can stop me.
Charmer.
Surely a fantastic man.
He's really thought through things.
Who do you think this Jadis person is?
Did I know that?
Yeah, you know that's the White Witch!
He's talking about the White Witch.
What about this Master of Mirrors?
Geralt just holds up his hand and just pushes. No, we're not going down that road. You don't want to know what's at the end of that road.
It
Not a
can't
friend
be
of
any
yours, I
worse.
take it.
Can't be any
There's-
worse than the other powers he was messing with.
Oh, this one is. Master Mirror likes to make things personal. Let's just say that. Either way, good to know they have a weakness. It's a horn dog.
He's a simp!
He's an
What kind of person
incel.
would simp for the White Witch?
Oh,
It's almost a shame to think someone was playing around with that much power and knowledge for such a stupid fucking purpose.
People do incredibly stupid things to appease their more primal urges. I don't think we're. Either way, I don't care if their corporeal form's dead. He's done enough to where I'm more than willing to find a way to kill him again.
Thinks himself immortal. I think I would like to prove him wrong. Where should we try next?
We're learning things everywhere we go. At this point, I just leave that to chance. If anyone has any insights or any ideas for how they'd like to go, feel free.
Also, Red Eye, you find, as looking through, you find a red-looking weird orb.
Hmm. Do I have any idea what it is?
Roll an Arcana check.
Oof. I'm gonna take that as a no.
That would be a no. Namely, as a book catches your eye as you're looking at it, as you get closer, saving throw.
What sort of saving throw?
Wisdom. Alright. As you get closer to read the title of the book, it glows yellow as you take 7 psychic damage as tentacles from you and tentacles from the book ethereally clash as you're pushed away from it as the book falls to the ground. Whatever it is, your powers did not like it.
Well, Red Eye is going to yelp at that.
Does anybody else go look at it?
When she yelps, Emerald comes back into the room. What happened?
I was looking at that book, and tentacles came out and started slapping me.
And your tentacles slapped them back.
Yes. Was not pleasant. I was
Looked
looking
like
at
it.
something else before that happened, but yeah, no, that book. There's something wrong with it.
Do
Good
you
to know.
investigate it?
I'll investigate it, but
As you get closer, you're only able to make out the title. The King in Yellow. As the image of that yellow-clad figure that accosted your mind when you tried to cast Eldritch Blast earlier floods back in again. As you get a very immense feeling. You get the feeling whoever gave you your power and that individual you're seeing, they don't like each other.
fuck. This has got something to do with one of those fuckers that's been showing up in my head.
I should leave this book to lie where it is then.
Probably best. I don't think whatever it's selling is compatible with what I'm running on. And I doubt any of you are interested in dabbling in whatever horrible ideas are in there.
I've had enough of that to last me a lifetime.
Same.
There's a lot of bad tingles coming off of that, so no.
I would tell you to go poke it with your horn, but last time you did that, things got worse, so.
Yeah, they sure did. So, she goes over to this door and looks at it. That
Over to what door?
This one over here.
Alright, as you
I don't like
as you
the
creak it
idea of leaving things that might sneak up on us as we're going through more of this house.
As you creak open the door, you find out it's a dilapidated bedroom, but looks like it used to belong to a child.
Alright, so should I roll investigation in here, or should I just...
If you want.
So, out of character, has Red Eye completely forgotten about the orb she was looking at?
No, after you dealt with the fucking King in Yellow.
I will pick the orb up then.
Yeah, that was just a nat one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, roll again. Red Eye?
Roll what?
Arcana.
Arcana again. Okay.
That's better. You realize it's some sort of magical key of some sort, but you're not quite sure to what. Emerald. You find nothing in there in particular outside just some notes of a child named Cedric who used to live here for a bit. But otherwise, nothing much.
So Red Eye is gonna walk up to Emerald, and she's gonna be, and then she's gonna drop the orb that she had in her mouth. I found this. I think it's some kind of magical key.
We should probably carry it with us then. Never know where that door is gonna be in this sort of place.
I'm not really in the mood for carrying magical objects. I kind of need my hands free for swords. Who volunteers to take it?
I'll take it. I am a magical object, so
It's good
sort
of
of
you.
symmetry there.
Very kind.
It's good of you.
She's
It's I
gonna-
have no hands.
She's gonna toss it to Anatar like a dog tossing a ball.
Aw.
Do you get the urge to toss it for her?
I resist. We'll say that.
The fact that you had the
considers
urge.
Briefly considers it, but feels that would be disrespectful. And he's trying. He's trying.
Trying.
Do you investigate the other door?
I'm gonna send my ghost through.
I'll just reveal it. It's another bedroom.
Multiple people stayed here once upon a time. Can't
Yeah,
imagine that was a happy life.
presumably before I turned into this fucking nightmare.
Indeed. That leaves one way to go.
I have the feeling that this man was like this before he got all of these magical artifacts.
Sounds like he fell in love and decided that was worth anything to attempt to get someone to reciprocate. Heard that story before.
That's not really love, then.
Not really.
Alright, as you're advancing. Boop. Boop.
That another cage?
Yep. All.
Oh, goody. Can I see anything in them from the doorway?
In this one?
Yeah,
Not from the doorway, no.
cool. Stepping in. Oh, good.
In here, you see what looks like a collection of dwarves. But not like dwarves from your world or what you see of a Narnian dwarf. Anatar and Red Eye. These are Middle Earth dwarves.
Oh god, no. Ballin! Dwallin! No, I'm kidding.
Are there 13 of them in there?
There's 7 of them in there.
Oh dear.
Oh god, it's
And,
even worse.
and there's a human woman who looks oddly undecomposed too.
Shit,
Hi.
yeah, vampire Snow White.
That's unsettling.
Ugh.
They're all dead though.
I don't like this.
Sick fuck. Alright. What about the other one over here?
As you're getting closer. What? Who goes there? A voice calls out.
Where from?
This one.
Alright.
Please. It's been starving me for weeks.
Stepping closer, what do I see?
You see a large talking wolf.
Well, that's interesting. Where do you hail from?
Another voice. I'm from Narnia. I am a wolf. You see him now?
Are you a friend of the Switch Queen? Damn, what is her name? Are you a friend of Dorothy?
Teaching her know what that means.
Yeah, thank you.
I was conscripted to the service of the Queen of Narnia. Before I was sent to look in these woods, and I've been in here ever since. My name is Varden.
Well,
Oh, a unicorn. Please have mercy on my husband.
Meadow is already going to walk over and try to break the cage, try to rip the door off.
Yeah, she's gonna try
As you
to.
do that, you hear a commotion from these other cages. As a girl, you hear a familiar sound from one of them.
oh boy.
No matter who you
You
worked for,
investigate?
nobody deserves this.
I'll investigate, sure.
Is it a strength roll?
Roll me. Let's resolve Geralt's thing first. As
17.
you recognize what these things are.
Let me zoom. Oh god.
You see
Wow.
four neckers in there, eating what looks like to be the remains of a human.
Oh, wonderful.
Those are
I'll put-
disgusting.
Don't put anything on the other side of those bars. They will try to eat it. Never was able to figure out how to communicate with you little bastards. So they really have gone far and wide. Scoia'tael and this.
And Meadow, as you're trying to break open the bars, you hear a croaking behind you
Huh?
from this other cage.
She
I'll
look?
step over to it.
As you get closer, do you get up close to it? You see,
Sure.
roll me a deck save.
Oh, good.
As you see something
Okay.
balloon in front of you and let loose a mist in front of it. As the croaking thing.
Oh. Well, thank God I rolled high.
It looks like a lizard with like a frog throat with two bulging fake eyes on top of its head.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Oh, god damn it, Kay. Took me a minute to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just getting all kinds of bad touch in this room. Wow.
As you look, there are also pieces of meat beside it that have all crystallized,
Mhm.
Geralt. And
Mhm.
you put two and two together.
Oh, good. It petrifies its food. Well, good thing I got out of the way that in time. All right, so he's not just looking after people, he's also looking after monsters. And
Looking after is a very generous term.
indeed.
Alright, Meadow, do you want to do a strength check?
Is it strength or athletics?
Your choice.
I'll give her aid. Okay.
I don't think she needed it as Kong, you pull off the gate as thanks, friend. Oop, I didn't want to do that. That was the map. As, I'm Varden. I was conscripted to be a part of the Witches. Well, I guess not really secret. Police force. How long?
Thank you.
It's just the logic
really
of
that
having a
hard.
whole bunch of incredibly unstealthy wolves as a secret police force. That's never gonna not be
I've been trying to tell Morgrim that this whole damn time, but he insists
Well.
on it.
Well then, you'd be happy to know they've had a very there might be some new management opportunities on that front.
Is it the
Either way,
prophecy? Is it the? What do you mean?
we actually came here from this Narnia you're from. I'm not from there myself, but points over at Emerald and Meadow, these two are.
I assumed, but I didn't want to pry. My name is Varden. I was once a. I still do have an officer, and I'll show how long it's been since I've been encaged in that abysmal magician's trap.
I think I accidentally moved the map slightly.
I think I accidentally did too. Yeah.
I'll let
Yeah.
the locals explain the situation then. Not my place to, and I don't know enough.
And and also now that you've looked in Nola gates, you notice that the gate here has two little plinths for what look like gargoyles that look like they should be holding orbs but are not.
Looks over at Anatar. Like, looks like this goes to that. Don't know if I'm comfortable with doing that yet, though.
Let's hold off until we know what exactly this does.
Oh, that's the
I'm sure some people.
that spectral man goes in through and out, but I don't think anything else can unless they put some sort of orb in. That's his
how it travels.
From what I know, that's his magical ritual ground.
Any way to
Yeah.
destroy it? Please don't say tossing it in a volcano.
I mean,
That would destroy most things.
that would destroy most things.
Very few things couldn't be destroyed by that, except possibly another volcano.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I
And tar
haven't
blue
been
screens.
properly fed for years.
Gerald will toss out a ration. Here.
Thank you. I'll tell you what I know, but not much.
I'll take any information I can get.
This whole thing is between worlds, as it were, this whole place. I was sent originally after the abduction of one of the queens of Narnia. I was sent here to go investigate the war between worlds, to go chase out Father Christmas, and time seemed to have stopped, and I've been here for God knows how long.
Seem like you've got a pretty good head on your shoulders there.
As it stands in Narnia now, most of the talking beasts are losing their sentience and gathering in whatever pockets they can find.
My God. What wolf madness is this?
You have been here for a while, haven't you?
It's almost as if time has stood still for here.
That would explain how you managed to survive without being fed.
Well, he feeds me, just not often.
Just enough to keep you alive and in good enough health to talk if he needs you to.
And he never really insulted me. He always thought me as a foul beast. Would have muzzled me if...
No doubt. I mean, you're allied with the object of his affections.
Wait, he has affection for the... White Witch?
As far as
Enough
we
to
can
build
gather.
all this.
You serve her, don't you, as well?
Served is a... I think at this point the question is served. If she truly valued me, she would have sent aid 8 years ago.
Well, you do have a good head on your shoulders. Or
I was a
paunch.
disposable wretch. I was Mulgrim's lieutenant. Cat, where?
Kitty.
Kitty!
Oh, sorry,
was-
just remembering one of my past forms there.
Stop.
I was the lieutenant of Mulgrim. You might know him as the head of the witch's secret police.
Yeah, we knew him as that.
Anyway, he looks to Emerald in particular. You know, the one that supposed by prophecy your High King was supposed to slay, but didn't, and instead made off with the abduction of the High Queen.
She kind of like, when he says your High King, she kind of like grimaces and goes, "He's no king of mine."
And it seems that Narnia has fallen in harder times than even I dared question.
Well, we make it out of this. Someone with a cool head like yours might actually be useful. They're still wolves. They're loyal to... well, you know who.
I figured I was conscripted, so...
These ones we dealt with seemed a little more on the zealous side, though a couple of them at least knew better than to, well, they knew their odds
Given
weren't
how
great.
long they might have been grandfathered into it.
Servants of a Dark Lord often have little choice but to be loyal.
Well,
My pack leader served, and my father served, so I might as well serve. Was what I gathered from the pup.
well, you might be able to talk some sense into them if we get you out of this place. Certainly seems like a good option to me.
You'll be able to tell him exactly what the White Witch thinks of her servants.
I may not. How long has it been in Narnia since the abduction?
So we have no clue.
Leave
I
that to
figured.
people from there.
Narnia has...
To be quite frank, I'm not really sure how time works in this land.
I don't think it does anymore.
In regards to that, Emerald, roll me a history check with advantage.
Roll?
Yes.
Yes, there we go.
10 is enough to know that time is supposed to be managed by Father Time.
Oh, of fucking course it is. Narnia.
Recently, with time being as it is, it feels like time has no one controlling. As if the concept itself is no longer exerting its influence.
Once you get to Narnia, you'll understand it better, but... You feel that time has stopped here?
Or rather, it's between a place where time has no meaning.
In
Given what I heard the
Narnia,
madman mumble.
in Narnia, it feels as if time is every time and no time at all.
Surely the Father Time would have the prophecy.
It feels
Kind of.
as if he's not the only one controlling it anymore.
Never put too much investment into prophecies.
I'm beginning to realize that now.
Prophecies are fragile things. You can break them as easily as they're made.
You can twist them to your own will as much as you like. No matter how much they say they're inevitable, they never are.
And the
Oh,
prophecies that aren't prophecies at all. They're just somebody said something because they saw something in the future and didn't fucking clarify it.
Or sometimes they'll just say something's going to happen, and then eventually something happens that kind of resembles it, so they can point back and say, see, I told you.
I would not speak so lightly of prophecies. In my experience, those who think they can be so easily disregarded often are brought low by that same callous disregard.
Now, the exact opposite can also be said. People who take them too seriously will often find anything answers them. You can claim and go your own way if you like. You're gonna die at some point anyway. Up to you to decide whether or not you died by someone else's hand or your own.
See, I know why Anatar's so pissy about prophecies. It's because he got his ass kicked by a giant dog.
He's also like, I mean, it's also gonna happen to him again and again.
It's just funny.
He's got a lieutenant who thinks he's protected by prophecy, that no man can kill him.
It's just really funny to imagine that the reason that he's so pissy about
Sauron
prophecy.
has tried to explain to the Witch King that, no, that means a woman can kill you. Nonsense.
I mean, it's a lot of protection. A lot of the men in Middle Earth are very sexist, but this can still go bad.
There's a lot of room for backfiring there.
What about elves? There's an elf. An elf could kill you. Technically not a man. Same thing with dwarves. Even an ent.
A hobbit.
Even an inanimate object like a falling rock.
Or, a dragon.
Or even the ravages of time.
Don't worry, I'm taking care of that problem.
Have you, Sauron? Have you?
I mean, the normal timeline, yeah.
At any rate.
If I heeded and was and fearful of prophecies, well.
I shall stay put for the time being. I don't have strength to follow you, my friend.
It's completely fine. I'm just gonna toss out a couple more rations for him. If you get hungry, do not try to eat those little bastards in that cage there. Do not trust them.
They've been throwing stones at me whenever they can get their grubby hands at me for.
Those weren't stones. That was their shit.
Oh, God.
He clams up.
Oh, okay, well.
What are these horrid little things?
Little tiny ogres where I'm from. Townsfolk just call them neckers. Unpleasant little things. Like to raid along roadsides. They're just smart enough to know they're malicious little criminal things. Not smart enough, but unfortunately it's quite difficult to educate them in anything other than I can take what I want and you can't stop me.
They have a tendency to call things my precious.
That's never heard that, but honestly I could see it. Look at those tiny little hands.
I don't trust your little hands, little man.
Trust your criminal hands.
What's this thing over here?
That one I don't know, but it petrifies things with a gas it breathes out, so don't get too close.
It's looking towards the neckers hungrily.
I do not trust it enough to let it out.
So it would probably also eat us.
It would try.
My general rule towards horrible things in cages is that if it can ask to be let out, I let it out. Otherwise, it stays in there.
I heard the madman call that thing a dredge basilisk or whatever. Got it from some sewer in some land of dead.
Basilisk, huh? Yeah, don't look like that where I'm from.
Whatever it is, it can stay there.
It'll probably break out eventually.
Looks like we.
Looking at the bars, it's pretty close to. If it really wanted to.
Maybe don't stay here for too long.
I'd get down closer to the entryway if you can. It's probably the safest place here.
So you guys continue on?
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty, everyone, move your tokens.
I'm gonna send my ghost ahead because that's the smart thing to do.
As you enter what looks like a little kitchen and a door to a little dining area over here.
Charming. Every evil overlord needs to know how to work their way around a kitchen.
Preparing your own basic life skill.
Roll investigation check as you get into the kitchen.
Yeah. Okay. 15.
And
Nat
then-
20.
Red Eye, you find some very vintage wine.
Okay, you guys keep going. I'm just gonna go grab Nora real quick. Cats in
I
the
agree.
house, so
Same, dude. Same.
I found some old sour grape juice.
Oh.
I know humans like to drink that stuff.
Geralt's gonna take a look at it.
So dates you don't recognize, but it looks pretty old.
Looks pretty legit, not gonna lie. Might be good for a story later on. I will take that wine.
And
What do I add into inventory? Just
vintage
old
wine,
vintage wine.
as well as you find another journal piece, like right here. Hold on, another like shred of journal. Hold on, I'll show to player. Journal number 7. Do you want to read?
Give me a second. Oh god. Oh god. My nephew visited today. The naive brat was concerned for my well-being. And as I tried to shoo him from my residence, he could not even see me. It was like I was not even there. I was terrified it had dawned on me. Was I dead? No, more than that. I was detached from the physical world itself. My quest, all that I've done, was already accomplished all along. I am immortal. I am all-powerful. The infinite worlds are mine. Await me, my Janus. I am now a sorcerer that yet eclipses even you. Cannot be interrupted by plebeians further. If they think I am dead, they may condemn the house or sell off all of my work before I can interact. But now, I will now restrict my practices to the courtyard. I have sealed the doorways of a ritual to make it only my form can move through it. 2 rune levels will be needed to unlock the gate. One hidden and the other in my bedchamber.
Wow.
You found a hidden orb.
How convenient. He told us right where they are. It's always nice of villains to leave the exact way to get through the thing they don't want you to get through in plain sight. And again, it still beats the time with all the cheese.
Well. Also, to be fair, he only left the journal, so he didn't expect people to invade his place.
Did they ever?
Yeah.
This one strikes me as incredibly confident in himself.
Yep, and yet not confident enough to just tell the woman he loves how he feels.
So where do you want to go, Matt?
I'll investigate down here first.
All right. As you open up the door,
Oh, good grief.
Oh. Fuck.
this looks like the dining room that was repurposed into a makeshift
Torture
surgery
chamber.
table.
It's like, So what's on the table that I can see?
A human-looking woman in like armor and garb you've never seen before. Roll an investigation check
Oh boy. Okay. Definitely not in
or survival.
survival. I would much rather do that if you don't mind. Yep, still a 14.
It looks like something was ripped out of them as they were like dissected and vivisected alive.
Vivisection. Definitely the work of a monster.
Likewise, right next to them, you see a book called "The Sacred Hymns of the Holy See."
Hymn book, huh? Religious motivation.
It didn't look like he himself wrote it. More like it was what the woman was carrying on them.
Could I investigate the book, flip through it real quick, see if there's anything worth noting?
It obviously comes from another world.
Mm-hmm.
Like it mentions, like this is like a holy text of some like organized religion, but not one that you're familiar with. Like you're getting the vibe of the eternal flame that Radovid and co partake in.
Okay, so definitely drinking the zealot juice.
You're getting the vibe as that kind of organized religion, but instead of like an eternal flame, it mentions it has a heavy imagery of raptorial bird.
I only know the work of a zealot when I see one. Just plops down the book there on the table. It's like, why would he want to cut someone open while they were alive and take something out of them?
I have no idea.
Don't care for it.
Oh, it's quite barbaric.
I'm glad you think so.
Roll a perception check for me.
Oh boy. 25.
You hear a lot of crashing sounds from inside here.
Crashing, like as we were near it.
Yes.
It's like,
I have advantage on perception when it comes to hearing, so I probably heard that as well.
Oh yeah. You both just bristle.
we both make eye contact, I assume. And is this barred?
It looks like a cellar door that would turn into like a makeshift like jail cell. But it's easy to break open if you wish.
I would
So
like to attempt
Geralt,
to.
do you want me to send my ghost in, or are we just going in there?
I definitely think checking ahead's not a bad idea.
You send your ghost in?
Mm-hmm.
You hear, as you send your ghost in, you hear a cacophonous noise as something is like railing against it sounds like cages and other things that they can see it.
So we could hear like banging against bars and everything.
And noises that you've never heard before. Girl, it sounds like a necker, but not. More nasally.
Should we get Meadow and Anatar?
That sounds like it could be dangerous, yeah. We'll come back to this.
What does Red Eye say down this way?
It looks like a stairway up to a bedroom.
Said the other orb was that way. Alright, and checking over here.
You see... Wait, that's... Hide area, it's not reveal. Boop.
Don't like that.
Find a substantial cage right there with something huddled in the corner of it eating something.
Wait, what do I see?
Alright, you see... On. Boop.
A strange thing.
I don't think you could get any stranger.
Oh my gosh.
As it turns to you and stands to its full height, and it opens up its flower-like petal mouth. Did you know D&D did a official collab with Stranger Things and has official Demogorgon stats?
Yeah, I did know that. Unpleasant.
Fighting the Demogorgon.
It's in a cage, and because you notice that this cage is a bit more magically buff.
That's it has to be. That's a thing that can pass through fucking dimensions.
That is a terrifying mouth.
And you see a note on the door. These things keep getting in. What the? God damn it! At least it's not those damn dogs. The damn hounds of $10.
I'm not sure what that is, but it looks dangerous.
I don't know who this $10 fellow is, but he needs to take better care of his dogs.
But you know what the hounds of $10 are. You've heard the Necronomicon mention them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like these really cool dogs. If you give them scratches, they can go bark, bark. Oh, and they'll also kill you if you're at a right angle.
No, but
Yeah, they're not a fan of Euclidean geometry. But then who is, am I right?
yeah, and I'm just gonna give away the whole thing too. Boop.
That just pile of rubble. What exactly is this right here?
It looks like a statue or a study area.
Gotcha.
It looked like it used to hold one of the orbs, but was destroyed.
Gotcha. Fantastic. Well, let me just make a couple things clear about what's in the other room. Woman from another world on the table. She was cut open while alive. Something taken out of her. Not sure what. Book there that she was carrying, clearly written by religious zealots. Religious zealots, something about a holy sea and really big fondness for birds. Beyond that, we had a door that I think has more cages in it. Strange sounds. Did not want to go in there by myself, but the ghost came in and out unharmed. There's also up to the bedroom if we go down directly. Safest bet there's the orb, but at the same time, I don't like to think about the possibility of leaving more things in cages that don't deserve to be.
I say we check out the cages.
Even if it winds up being all manner of terrible things, at least we'll know. Nobody with a conscience deserves to be left in a place like this.
I agree. We should free the prisoners.
All right, making my way down over here to the door, and I will attempt to athletics my way out.
All right.
I've got a +4 to that. 27.
All right, you see. Boop.
Okay. Oh, good.
What looks to you like a mixture of a hairy necker and a chort.
That is all kinds of horrible.
And there are human remains and all sorts of just remains just scattered all throughout these cages.
Just turns around and walks back out. Whoever was worth saving there is long gone.
What'd you find?
I prefer not to describe what I just saw.
Ooh.
That's also VV now, too.
A little bit.
For the audience who don't know, let's get a big big old expansion on these boards just to show the audience exactly what people are dealing. Come on. Give me that. Boop. Just so the audience is aware.
Oh. Okay.
I can't quite make it out.
I'll post it on the Discord.
Yep.
Oh.
Best leave them there.
Yeah, let's.
I do not like the energy coming off of those things. All right.
As you head up the stairs.
Assuming the orb is his note is accurate, the other orb should be up here.
Let's reveal the. Damn it! I'm trying to reveal the area, not hide the area.
Yeah, their system's not great for that. All right.
Yeah, it's the most annoying tool on the damn website.
It really is.
They're saying they're trying to improve it, make a new version, but that version as it stands is way too overcomplicated to use. All right, so here's the bedroom. Do I see the orb, or am I gonna have to roll for it?
Everyone, as you into the room, roll investigation check.
A 10. Hoot.
You find the orb pretty easily.
Oh, nice.
Everybody else?
Find other orbs. Millions of them. Each smellier than the last.
Are there any unsettling books or defenses near the orb, or would my 10 not be enough to see that?
Your 10, if there was, your 10 wouldn't be able to see it.
I'm gonna look at what's on this table over here.
Alright, you find the rest of his journal. Boop. TT?
Oh god, oh god, oh god. What curse has befallen me? I can interact with nothing. I cannot eat, I cannot sleep. Only while wearing the rings can I have the barest facsimile of a physical form, a body. Without them, I begin to fade away as if my mind is being pulled in 100 different directions. I see myself, future versions, past versions, versions from other worlds, walking around as if ghosts. I see a version of myself happily married, another dying happily in his bed with my nephew at my side. Yet I dare see none like me, besides one. I see him staring at me, a corpse in a chair, hollow eyes, staring at me with cold, dead contempt. I cannot accept this fate. I must find a way to lift this curse. Maybe the rings. If I made more and wore them, it should restore my physical self further. Oh, you poor dumb bastard. My form breaks down by the day. One moment I'm in one world, one moment I'm in the next. The ring's too little for me now, only serve to give me mere moments of physicality. Yet in one world, a world that resembled the England of my childhood, a world riddled with horrid beasts and a blood moon that grew larger with the night, and horrid creatures that crawled out of it like a nightmare. One world crept to me, the old blood, the blood. It was then that I recalled Jadis, beautiful Jadis, a sorceress supreme, born of both blood of giants and Jinn, who weaved spells so powerful she could destroy an entire world. I was a fool. I was only attuned to one world, the world of my birth. My limits of a magician were bound by the frailty of my human form, and it had entrapped me to my world long after my mind and soul had transcended it. I need a physical catalyst to bind me. I need the blood. If I take the blood of thousands of worlds, then maybe, just maybe, I shall begin post-haste to collect live specimens for vivisection and alchemist properties. If I can discern the universal solvent of all entities have, I can make a spell to make myself physical again. I could be reborn anew.
And the final one.
I can't fade away like this. Oh God, someone end me, for I become bodies. Need bodies. Need blood. Never enough. Stare of the corpse. It grows closer. Need bodies. Need experiments. Need blood. Need bodies. Itchy tasty indeed.
Well, nice to know that he at least paid a little bit for his of a price for what he did. Unpleasant business all the same.
And likewise, as you're investigating, you find Red Eye. You find the Dunsany Codex as you're looking over there. Hello?
Oh. Huh. I hear you. I'm just. I guess Red Eye's gonna. She would probably examine it. Hello?
Hello? I'm here.
Okay. I didn't know if anybody else could hear me. Yeah, she would probably examine it. What would I roll for that? Or do I need to roll anything?
Roll an Arcana check as you're looking over it.
Oh, booger.
Although, since you do have the Necronomicon, I'll give you advantage on that.
Okay.
It seems to be basically telling of the creation of a group of gods called the Gods of Pagana. And basically talking about how songs build worlds and how to build a mythos. In some way, it feels like like you read books like this and like fiction writers, how to teach fiction writers how to write. So it's basically what you gather is like the blueprint of how to build a world. And likewise, how to go to other worlds.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't exactly tell you how to do it. And you figure that Uncle Andrew already figured out how to do it, so it was just basically. So if you don't know how to travel to, it's not going to help you, but if you do, it's really, really potentially powerful tone.
That should probably be tucked away someplace safe.
Dangerous.
Very. The book I have is dangerous. It talks about this one, and from what I can gather, it's a how-to guide for creating reality.
Oh, so
Probably not the sort of thing we should leave laying around.
Oh, so a how to play God book. Wonderful.
Probably
That's
best
always
left to professionals.
Not something that we should leave here, I don't think.
No.
And with the other 2 orbs in your possession, you can move forward now.
All right.
Yay!
Should you choose.
Are we all
As you,
up for that, or
all that's left is the boss
I am.
fight.
I don't know if I have a fight in me right now.
That's all that's left.
Maybe let's get to the boss fight chamber and have that be our cliffhanger for next episode.
That works for me.
All right. As you get out, you see. Hold on, let me be able to move tokens. Boop.
yeah, that was
My God.
inevitable.
Hold on. Boop.
Eldritch Queen Betty Boop.
Boop.
Of course.
Boop.
It all makes sense. Boop boop to you.
And Vard is standing far the fuck away from this, as this is just sitting smugly in a pile of petrified neckers.
That looks like it's having fun. Let's just skirt by that.
Yeah. It's not going to be hungry for a bit, hopefully.
They're neckers. They had it coming.
Yes, they did. Horrible
Out of-
little gremlin, man.
Out of context, if people don't know The Witcher, that would sound very wrong.
Yep. I don't like their grimy hands. All right. So, all right. Is everyone in good shape for this?
Yeah, more or less.
Pretty much.
All right, as you insert the orbs. Damn it! I'm trying to reveal the area.
Roll 20.
You exit out into a courtyard, and you see this. As a physical, gangly man appears before you. Oh, you trespass to my sanctum. Can't have that now, can we?
It's your
And,
sanctum.
and if we want to call it here, we can call it here.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what we call it.
Alright.
Alrighty. And that was session 2 of Narnia Off the Rails.
I'm sorry to call it like that, but
You've had a rough day, Liddy. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
They'll just make next session open up in a boss fight.
yeah.